el X, un besito tornasol. Ahí viene la hola mami, ponte en posición. Tú me tienes loco aquí, derretido como chis. Hoy salgo ganando, ganando en el amor. Un guiñito para el cielo, hoy ganamos en el suelo. Brisita para el calor, agüita para el sudor. Nos damos un beso cada que me dan gol. Tú y yo somos un partidazo, un partidazo. Imagínate tú y yo dándonos un besazo. Boquita a boquita en medio de un golazo. Romance en el mundial, mami, qué planazo. Somos un partidazo, un partidazo. Mandamos un tiempo extra, mami, por si acaso. Imagínate tú y yo dándonos un besazo. En el medio de un gol, de un golazo. Los coreanos gritan el mejor culito. Una mexicana en el estadio. Tu camisa apretadita, aprieta la cinturita. La favorita en todos los comentarios. Demasiado flow. Hoy ganamos, baby, hoy ganamos tú y yo. Porque somos un partidazo, somos un partidazo, un partidazo. Imagínate tú y yo dándonos un besazo. Boquita a boquita en medio de un golazo. Romance en el mundial, mami, qué planazo. Somos un partidazo. Mandamos un tiempo extra, mami, por si acaso. Imagínate tú y yo dándonos un besazo. En el medio de un gol, de un golazo.
De México para el mundo. Los Ángeles Azules. Izinja.
A ella todos la desean, pero solo uno la puede tener. Es dura la competencia, pues no por cualquiera se deja querer. Por tenerla conmigo recorro el mundo. Daría lo que fuera en cada segundo. Por ella, solamente por ella. Lo que daría por ella, porque brilla aquí en mi pecho igual que las estrellas. Tan bella, y darle un beso cuando la tenga entre mis brazos. Gritar que la amo, que se escuche hasta el cielo, que ya nos la ganamos. Y que suene el olé, olé, olé. El estadio completo está de pie, con la vibra en el aire se sienta como un dólar de pronto no vendrá. Y aquí estamos al millón, porque al 100 cualquiera. ¡Viva México! Lo que daría por ella, porque brilla aquí en mi pecho igual que las estrellas. Tan bella, y darle un beso cuando la tenga entre mis brazos. Gritar que la amo, que se escuche hasta el cielo, que ya nos la ganamos. Y que suene el olé, ¡viva México!
Qué calor, llega en la discoteca, qué calor, llega para la muñeca, por favor, llega en la discoteca, qué calor, llega para la muñeca.
Mujeres por el mundo tengo yo, tengo tres los relojes, tengo el Richard, el AP, el Mate, el Rolls Royce, el Ferrari, también el Porsche. Pero cuando voy pa'l país saco uno a la vez, uno a la vez, uno a la vez. Cuando vamos pa'l país eso es uno a la vez, uno a la vez, uno a la vez. Si están puestas pa'l sexo eso es una a la vez. Está la mexicana, la boliviana, la boricua, la hondureña, la peruana, la colombiana, todas son chicas. Tengo una colombiana, la argentina, la chilena, la chilena, venezolana, dominicana, todas son lindas, pero uno a la vez, uno a la vez. Hoy estamos sopa y eso no se vive una vez.
Como se la que tengo la azúcar, la tengo prendida como Palenque en Pachuca. Vamos la tricolor a tumbarle la peluca. Siempre legendario y mi flow nunca caduca. Mi tren y Valenciaga me reciben en la entrada.
two, 1 2. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Sanbonani, Dumelang. Absheni. Good day. The World Cup is here. Anginizwa, hayi. The World Cup is here. The World Cup, Bafethu. The World Cup is here. Other than that, Bafethu, the show hasn't started. As you guys can see, the opening ceremony. But what you guys can do for now, because the food is here, you guys can line up going in that direction. Right? You can start there just after the camera. You see the cameras? You see the lady that's raising her hand? You go there, you start lining up there. You guys can dish up. After dishing up, you guys can sit at a seat of your choice. Okay, gents, we're ready. Smell the game. Silendile, Mexico City. And guys, enjoy the rest of the day, okay? Boom.
dressing room, so we couldn't able to look a little bit. But we were so nervous. We were just locked in and focusing on the game and revisiting the tactics as well.
Now, one of 3 opening ceremonies. Daniel, your perspective, what did you see? What did you enjoy?
I think it's a great one because compared to the World Cup in Qatar, it means that every host has to step up their game and showcase their culture and all that. It's been a beautiful start, what we're seeing here today, and I'm very sure that in America it's going to be the same thing, doing all that. So it's lovely to see.
to still score, and you have to be hungry for it as well. He's actually a lot bigger than I've seen in the clip. He looks a lot stockier and more aggressive than I've seen.
But can he also score for the national team? Because he's also only got 2 goals for the national team.
Okay.
Because sometimes you need to look at that as well. Like John is mentioning, is the league tough enough for him to get real aggressiveness from the defenders? And that will be a test today against Mbogazi and Mudiba and all of that. You asked which name they're going to remember. Mugazi, they will remember that name.
He needs to be on form today, given what's coming his way.
He plays in America already, so he understands the climate and all of that.
Let's get to the America now. Let's get to the pitch side. Let's find out what Julia Stewart has got for us. And I know she's got a familiar face with her. She's got someone that we will never forget on an opening day of a World Cup, and especially on this day, which is exactly 16 years since Mexico were in South Africa, playing the opening game against South Africa, and the person next to Julia did something special. Julia, tell me more.
Welcome back to the Azteca, the man of the moment, an icon. Izinja is alongside me now. Everywhere we've gone, we have been involved because he scored an iconic goal in this fixture in South Africa 16 years ago. How did that moment and that goal change your life?
Wow, it was a big moment, not only for me, but for the continent, for South Africa as well. Having been given an opportunity to host the World Cup for the first time ever, so it was history. And to have the South African also scoring the opening goal, that set the tone for the World Cup. It's another highlight for me. And I'm grateful that I scored that goal. And it has a strong significance. It's a goal that united the nation. It's a goal that we saw different cultures, celebrating and embracing each other.
As the commentary famously said, a goal for all Africa, exactly as you said it. It's not only the goal that was iconic, it was the celebration. We've just had people in the stands wearing Mexico shirts, obviously locals, doing your celebration back to you. Everywhere we've gone, people have stopped for pictures. What does that feel like, the reception that you got and the energy of the Mexican people?
Listen, I'm grateful that I received so much love, especially, having played at home. I've been receiving love at home in Africa, but now it has been elevated globally. I think for me, it's about honor. It's about recognition. And wherever I'm going, I'm carrying the national flag on my back, so it's such an honor.
You're getting a lot of love. Bafana are not getting any love. They've just been booed as they've come out for their warm-up. What do you think that's about? What do you think about this crowd doing that?
I think it's normal. They're the hosts, so they'll do anything and everything possible to unsettle us. They want to make sure that we are being intimidated, but the boys should take it as a positive. It should motivate them. They know that they play away in an opening game, but more pressure will be on the Mexicans. And today, South Africa is not going to play against 11 men on the field. We are playing against the whole nation, and we'll cause an upset. I'm very confident and optimistic.
Oh wow, while you're on that track, give us a quick prediction.
Yeah. 2-1.
To us?
2-1 to us.
Wow, there you have it. What is the pressure? Shava says South Africa to cause an upset. One more question, you talk so much pressure on Mexico. You cannot go 50 meters in the city without seeing one of the players on the billboard or without seeing an advert in talking about the TV coverage has been all about this L3 side. What does that do for them? Not only support, but pressure.
Yeah, I think they're taking pride in hosting the World Cup, and they want to show the rest of the world who they are as well. They're profiling their players. So it's another way of celebrating hosting the World Cup as well, and also for fans to know who they are, their players and their culture.
But Shava, that's going to be a lot of pressure on you as a player. You experienced that in 2010.
Big pressure, Julia. And listen, if you aspire for greatness, if you want to thrive in life, the higher you go, the bigger the pressure. All these boys, is their dream of playing in this stage. This is the stage where big players are partaking, and it's the opportunity to write their own history. They know the expectations. They know that this game, it comes with a lot of pressure, but they'll take it.
A chance to write their own history. No one knows that better than Izinja, a man who has stood up in an opening game
It's the chance now today of the class of 2026, Mexico and Bafana Bafana. Come back to us in just a little bit. You'll get Shaba's take on the starting 11 for both of these nations. We've already got his prediction. Mexico are favorites, but Shaba says 2-1 to Bafana Bafana. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Thank you, Julia. And one thing is for sure, Shaba
Yes,
knew
speak on
what
it.
day it was. It's his anniversary. You see, he's like in that suit. He's looking so good. On the pitch side, there is Shaba. And can't wait to hear more from Julia and Shaba. However, now let's move on and pick out some of the key players that Bafana Bafana will be putting out onto the pitch today. Starting out with the captain, Ronwin Williams, 2024 African
1 2 1 2
Goalkeeper
1
of
2
the
1
Year.
2 1 2
No
1
one
2
better than Akpay to talk about what he
2
brings and
3
how
4
important
5
he'll
2
be
3
today.
4 5 1 2 3
Williams have
1
been
2
very
3
important to the team, even to his Mamelodi Sundowns, the team. He has been very important, and he's coming into this game with so much confidence after winning the CAF Champions League. You know, he has done so well. He has kept the team. You know, even the previous Nations Cup, he has kept the team. So I'm looking forward to seeing him do the same thing, you know, against Mexico.
Yeah, but I'm saying. I'll be careful, boy. He's no, yeah, he used to. When he was young, like, Anadala Pirates. This one, I step over. Another step over. Yeah, hey. Why second half? Yeah. So he was a super sub. Kunje bogu ba le out ile ya Pirates and ke na super sub. Kana ke back in the days. Yeah.
Andres, back in your days. Back in your days.
Oh, so in my days. In my days. Before me, yeah. Yes. Before me. But no bear ke mantshula sizo mbuya. Mara nadlala limbuya nasi. Phela beku 9, umbuya nibeke 9. Yeah, but he was a 9. 10, yeah. So yeah, he's more as a wing. He's a wing. He's a wing. Step over Samuto. Yo. Step over side. O shapa mo line utu. I think the men that could move houses with these step overs.
One two 1 2. Ni ready Buffett? Ni ready. Sharp kunjani bafowethu? Sanbonani. I hope ni sharp. Welcome to Izinja zeGame, powered by MTN FC. We are live for the first broadcast, right? We are live on YouTube, Izinja zeGame. And I just need you guys to tell you, Guti, today is going to be an awesome day. But before anything else, we are here to support Bafana Bafana, right? And I want us to really behind the boys. But other than that, I want to welcome you guys. We're in Newtown Junction, like I said. To those please do follow us on Izinja zeGame, MTN FC with Ucho Stadlaza. Make sure that you do throw in your comments. Make sure that you leave all the cool stuff. But other than that, guys, we've got our amazing sponsors. But before I do that, I also want to thank our studio partner, which is the M Sport. Thank you very much. The studio looks unbelievable. It looks really, really amazing. I want to say big shout out to our sponsors, Lays. Lays is exceptional. What Lays says to you is that if you want to have your face on the Lays packet, make sure that you sign up on nolaysnogame.com. Right, guys? If you want to make sure, right? Lays is an official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup. Other than that, another amazing sponsor of ours is the Sunbet, the home of 200 to 1 sports betting, right, guys? But what Sunbet wants you to do is that for you guys who are MTN FC winners, you guys have an opportunity, right? This is an incredible mechanism. You have an opportunity which will allow you to get a free 100 rand betting, right, guys? Where you can bet in any game throughout the World Cup. And don't forget as well to play MTN Predictors. Just sign up with mtnpredictors.com, right? For you guys to win more valuable vouchers or prizes during the course of the tournament. Other than that, let me introduce my esteemed guest, the legendary football analyst, the legendary football player, Josta Dladla. And let me introduce Matum Sabunga Maz, our tactical eye,
Yes, sir.
Mark Mayambela. And let me introduce Utifo Mashumaite, our defensive rock. Tifo, umuntu ozobuhlepulela vandag ukuthi defensively, from a defensive perspective ucabangani yini ezoyenzeka. Mark, from a tactical eye expect ilihlo lakho ndoda sibheke wena Josta. You will give us your analysis from a player perspective. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, Bafana Bafana versus Mexico Estadia Esteke, which is the opening fixture of the FIFA 2026 World Cup, guys. It's a brilliant achievement for our boys. Going into this game, Tebogo Mokoena will be known. Relehibule Mfukeng will be known. Khuliso Mndau will be known. Ronwen Williams will be known. But Josta,
Yeah.
something happens. 2010. June 11, on this day, history awaits. Simpiwe Shawalala receives the ball from Ukagiso Dikhwasho through ball, takes an incredible first touch. He hits a cracker. Bayahamba bayokhoneni bayocelebrate. You were in the game during that time. How did that make you feel as a Bafana Bafana football fan?
By the way, bro, I was sitting in the stands, like, supporting my boy. I was like, yo, crazy goal, man. I mean, the transition from that, obviously, like, we were getting attacked, and then obviously, like, we won it, I think, in the middle. 2 touches just to Shaba. I mean, I don't understand where Shaba got that power from with the size 2. I mean, guys got such a... But, I mean, this goal still, like, taking in place is even years later, you know what I mean? It was just crazy, and I just hope that, the guys can, like, come up with the same energy when you go to this game today.
All right, Tifo, you played as a defender. When you guys concede a goal like this, from a defensive perspective, whether individually or as a group, how does it normally make you feel?
You obviously have to, rally yourself back and try to come back. It's a game of 90 minutes, so it just depends on at what point you concede the goal. It takes few seconds to score a goal. So if the opposition can score a goal, we can also score a goal. We just have to make sure that we mobilize at the back and we make sure that we keep the door shut.
Mark, Msabunga Maz, bongena sometimes ushinchi game. That goal comes in the 59 minutes. Lelaga sharp. Super sub, you were known for that in your career. When you're a player scoring a goal in that period of the game, how does it make you feel from a player perspective?
I think it boosts your morale as a team, I think, altogether. And I think also what also is mostly important is the player that scores that kind of a goal. It's someone that, for sure, at the time, the team, he was one of maybe the most influential players in that team. And him scoring that goal also, meant to good. Sometimes also in football, when the best players are playing well, automatically, the team gains that energy and that morale as well. I think it was something that also helped me in those days also when I would come in as a sub, because also I knew Guti when I stand and when I'm coming in, my teammates are supporting, my teammates are happy to see me coming in because they know that something is coming, Guzolalo Mundu and all of that. So, I think obviously what Tushaba has done, was history, and the player that he was at the time, especially also, he was in the peak of his career as well. So, moral booster. But he didn't have the left foot I had. Now he has.
All right, guys. Maybe let me include obviously our our MTN winners. Guys, Sunbet, if you check there's the Sunbet staff that is here, right? That Sunbet staff is here to help you log in. The 100 rand is khuluma ngayo. So in the duration of the game, just make sure that you find either one of the staff members, khuluma nayo umtshele ukuthi no. Mina ngicabanga ukuthatha le clip lami ngilifake somewhere. You understand? So, please give me the name again. Upalisa. So Upalisa is there to help you. If you want to lock it in, Upalisa order for you. And just make sure, gents, this 100 rand, you can use it anywhere, any game, right? If during halftime, if you want to use this 100 rand as well, you can always lock it in. Just like I said, gentlemen, let's move on to the game, which is the most why we are here. Most of us are here because of the game. Mark, if you look at the history of both teams, right? Both teams have played 4 games, which are 2 friendly games and 2 matches of consequence. The last one was E World Cup in 2010. But if you look at the 2 friendly games that we played against Mexico in 93, in the 2000s as well, they beat us 4-0 in 93. They beat us 4-2 in the 2000s. But then in the Gold Cup in 2005, we beat them 2-1. We drew against them in the FIFA Club World Cup. So already it tells you that when it comes to our major tournaments, Mexico, we normally give Mexico problems, looking at the historical head-to-head. Your thoughts on that?
In 1993, I was in primary school. I think also, even today, I was looking at the stats first of Mexico, and especially in the World Cup. I also realized they played, I think, 8 World Cups, 8 opener, and they have never won the opening game of the World Cup. And also looking at Xavier, the coach in Mexico as well. He coached Egypt, I think in the AFCON where Lodge scored the 1-0 where we knocked out England. He was the coach there. Yeah. So he was saying also, he was hurt by Bafana Bafana when we beat them in that game as well. I think for me, especially at this stage, history becomes irrelevant because of the environment, because where the team plays and the context of the game as well. And it's also, we spoke a lot also with Ujosta Inotefu when he was here with Mexico this year and how they've been doing, and they didn't lose 1 game this year. They drew against Belgium, they drew against Portugal. Sorry?
They even lost the game.
They even lost the game this year. They beat just recently now Serbia 5-1. So in terms of their preparations, in terms of the development of the team, in terms of also the coach that they have, I saw a clip even today on Instagram. One of his players was having an argument, I think, with the opposition coach, and then he called his player, spoke to him, and then both of them, they walked towards the coach, and the player apologized, shook hands, and it also speaks to the human being that he is. But coming today, obviously, the first thing for me is for Bafana Bafana to get the results, irrespective of what has happened before. I think we have the team, we have seen the lineup, I'm sure we're going to discuss that as well. It's going to be interesting also, I would love also for us to play our game, to impose ourselves, and so that also our best players can play in their best form, in their best performance as well. We want to see, especially our best players like our police, to be there so that the world also can see them. Because I think one of my, maybe something that I always advocate about is our players going abroad and playing abroad as well. And playing also, not just playing abroad, playing in prominent leagues abroad. So for me, this is maybe at this moment where I am.
But anyway, if you want to be involved and you want to pose a question, firstly, you must follow Izinja zeGame, take a picture of yourself, tag Izinja World Cup, and then the panel will choose the best question. Makpeli game, in this is that the best question will win a cap, right? We'll give you a cap here, MTN FC. That's the gift, the best question of the night. But other than that, Josta, Tech Stadium, Stadio Astake. You are a player. You pass it to Glenda. You get to get and Fagama Airport to Petty Beck, Yako, LV. What are you thinking as a football player walking into that crowd, the noise?
mean, this is one of the toughest stadiums that any player would ever tell you that they didn't like to play at, because the fans make it difficult for you. They literally make it difficult for you as an opponent. Like, that, you are at the doghouse. You know what I mean? And apparently it's one of those fields also, the grass is heavy. It's difficult to breathe. It's too hot there. The team makes it hard for you to play from the back. They literally like suffocate you from the back. They don't let you play. But I mean, as a player, this is the World Cup, bro. Yeah. If a tournament like this and a game like this doesn't bring the best out of you, pack your bags and go home. I mean, think about it. You got like these guys have been preparing for today's game for the last 6 years, 5 years. They've got 3 games and they've been preparing for these games for the last 5 years. All they can do is just go out there and just show the people what they're made of. And South Africa, if South Africa can play their game, there's no country that can match us. The thing is that, like, I think mentally with most South African players is that we don't trust ourselves. We don't trust our ability. I've traveled around the world, and a lot of people that I've played with around the world, they actually rate us a lot. They know that we've got, like, one of the skillfulest, one of the skillfulest nations in the world. But we don't believe that. But if South Africa can play their game today, Mexico can never match us. You know what I mean? Yes, we're playing a 5-3-2 formation. And I understand that because our coach was a defender before. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's why he's like, doing that. But I understand why he's doing that, because if you don't concede, at least you've got a chance of scoring, So also, you don't want to lose your first game. Yeah. But I just want the boys out there to go out there and just, like, just relax, man, and just be themselves. The Shibobos, the Tamayas, the Shushan and confidence. Confidence, and show the people. And once the game goes longer, the fans are going to get frustrated. And obviously, Mexico as well, they're going to get frustrated. And that's an advantage to us, you know what I mean? So I just want the boys to go out there and just have fun, you know what I mean? With the headphones, he knows. I never used to like singing. I listened to my hip-hop, I had to be serious, because I knew if I was singing and I take the game lightly, I never used to perform. But when I'm locked in and I'm more concentrated, that's when you could get the best of Josta. So it depends, like, on players that they take out the nerves by singing. I took out my nerves by just, like, being angry. So that I can take out all my anger on the field. That's what it is. Yeah.
All right, Tifo.
Let's Jimmy Nzimbi before the game,
True
Lomudo. So.
True story, yeah. That was me.
But anyway, Tifo, looking at both lineups, right? We'll get into that with Mark on the board. Where will this game be won and lost, in your opinion? Looking at the fact that Mexico is coming with their normal tried and tested formation, a 4-3-3. Bafana Bafana, Mark will explain on the board when we get to him with a 3-4-3, or whether I call it the 3-5-2. Where will the game be won and lost?
Tactical phases. First 20 minutes, Mexico is going to come. The altitude, the home ground advantage with the fans behind them. They're going to press high. They're going to try to get an early goal, so that they can settle. It's up to South Africa now to resist that, to be disruptive, to try and get the home fans, to turn against, in Mexico. So the longer the game goes, like Josta said, the fans are going to be frustrated, and now they're going to start doubting themselves. So it's going to be a chess game, tactical phases, when they are on top of us, how we react, how we behave. Set pieces, because all it can take sometimes is just a set piece, to disrupt the whole thing, whether for or against. So it's going to be a game of faces. When we are on top, do we take our chances? Do we capitalize? We lost the previous AFCON because we get 2 chances in the first 20 minutes, and then we miss those chances. And then what Cameroon does is they get 2 goals, and then the game was settled. So it's a game of margins. So if you take care of those little margins, then you stand a chance of winning the game.
Just to add up on Tefo what he's saying, we've been in situations where you can be the best player, best and the best team as well, but your opponents are coming at you, and you can see that, guys, these guys are coming at you. And what Tefo would say, guys, these guys are coming at us. Let's relax and just absorb the pressure. It's their time. And that's going to be times like that when like Mexico is coming at us.
Yeah.
And South Africa is going to be like,
we need to, we're going to have to suffer.
hold on, let's hold on.
Yeah.
And then you get one loophole. You got to use it. So this is going to be one of those games. And you need like players like Abo Sibisi to step up. Abo Mukwena to be like, guys, don't be too excited. It's their time. Let them be. When you get a chance, have a chance or a full-on chance, make sure that you use it.
Mark, we've seen the lineups. We've seen the Bafana Bafana lineup. We've seen the Mexico lineup. Can you have you on the board? I don't know. Do you want me to read the lineups for you? I'm sure you've seen the lineup. But maybe let me read it for our viewers out there. Bafana Bafana starts with, give me a second. Bafana Bafana starts with Ronan Williams in goals. Kulisom Dawe is a right back. We're actually playing with the back three. We've got Imo Okon as one of the centre backs. Nkosina TCBC, Mbegezeli Mbogazi. As your left back, you've got Oprim Diba. In midfield, you've got Tutebo Mkwena, Yaya Sitole, you've got Jaden Adams. Up front, you've got two strikers, which is very interesting. I can't wait to hear what Umak thinks of this. You've got Ikram Renas, Nolyle Forster. And then with the Mexican, you've got the inexperienced goalkeeper, Rachel. You've got Reyes, you've got Montez, you've got Vasquez, you've got Galando. That's your back four. With regards to in midfield, you've got Lira, you've got Brian Gutierrez, you've got Figaldo, you've got, as your wingers, you've got Alvarado, you've got Julian Quiquinez, and then up top, you've got Raul Jafinez. And those are your lineups. Mark, both teams are coming up with interesting tactical structures. I'm interested to hear your thoughts in what you think. Let's start with Bafana Bafana. Coach Hugo Bros starts with a back three. A surprise to us, seeing Uspisi playing as a libero. Yaya's Tole in that But another interesting tactical perspective from me is the two strikers. But let's start with the back three. Your thoughts on the back three?
I think maybe as a starting point, maybe we can name it as a back five, especially in their defensive process. I think also what influences the lineup is, I think, how Mexico also, in how they maybe are in their offensive process as well. Because you mentioned Uquininos, who plays in the Saudi Arabia, who in the starting point he plays maybe on the left, but when they have the ball, they push Jimenez more to the right hand, or maybe our left hand side, their right hand side, maybe the left center back, and then what happens with him, he steps more inside into the second center backs. And then I think one of the reasons that he's using the three center backs with the two wing backs there, he wants to maybe protect the central channel, especially with these two playing in that zone. And what they want to do is to push the number 8, Ufil Galdo, who plays as a left 8, left 10, and he pushes also the number 25. He pushes Ulira as the 6. They are a little bit aggressive also, even in possession. They want to suffocate. I showed you their video as well.
The teams are about to sing a national anthem. I just want you to speed up a little bit. Yeah.
Cool. And then they will push, obviously, the left back, and then they will have the 3 at the back. I think the reason also Coach Hugo uses the 2 center forwards here, he wants to play against this and maybe force a situation where these guys are playing like this. And then this is going to help us also in offensive transition moments where maybe when we win the ball, we push 1, we push 2, and then maybe this will give us some numerical superiority also in in our offensive process. But also defensively, we have this control of, because these are 3 mostly defensive players that are going to also help us to consolidate the central channel and maybe force their attacks more wide. But the only worry for me out of possession is the wide zones, the wide channels, because we only have one player that operates in this space and one player that operates on the right-hand side as well. And they always use overlaps, underlaps, overloads, especially in the wide channels as well. So it's going to be interesting how when Mudau is low and when Mudiba is low, how are we going to defend the wide channels in these zones? Maybe are we going to push one of the midfielders outside, or are we going to drop Ulail, or are we going to drop Moreinas also in that moment? So it's going to be interesting how we're going to operate in our defensive process as well. So especially on their left-hand side, because for me, when I watched their game against Serbia, the Uquininos, Filgado, Ucalado also sometimes making these short runs as well. So it's going to be really, really interesting.
I wanted to no, Ntoanas, like, oh, I want you to, so like, we're talking about the spaces that you want South Africa to be using when we on transition from defense to attack. Like, maybe if you could just show the people what you expect from like our attackers to be doing.
The biggest challenge with that, especially when we were discussing, remember, this guy is more aggressive also, especially when they want to close down, and this is the space. My only worry, we were discussing also with Linda, who maybe from these guys is going to be the guy that will link to help us in that process as well, so that we create these moments. Maybe this can happen, and then it opens up the space. But also the most important space for us is this space behind them, because here it will be 3 versus 3 in this big channel, so it's going to be an advantage for us. It's always an advantage for the offensive team to play in a bigger space, and for us here, because the spaces will be smaller, will be shorter, we're going to be able to defend 5 meters, 7 meters in between, but defending 50 meters is going to be more difficult.
All right, sekayihlephulile uMark. Josta, amajita azongena khona manje acula national anthem. Your score prediction, looking at the 2 lineups?
I just want South Africa to win 2-1, and I wanted to say 3-0 South Africa, but somebody said, you know, you're dreaming, you know what I mean? Just to add up on like before, just 2 seconds. Are the club still there? Did they come out
They're
already?
singing, they're going to come out soon.
Are they going to come out soon? Okay, fine. I wanted to say, why I asked that question is that the spaces that he's talking about is really useless if the man on the ball doesn't have the runners to are willing to get into those
Space
spaces.
eaters.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta. I was a winger, and I know that my center midfielder, if he's got the ball and I don't give him options, he's as good as dead when he's on the ball. So the players that are like, you know, Reinas, and also like who's the other striker? Who's the striker?
Foster, yeah.
And whoever's gonna be up there, they gotta be willing. They gotta be on the bike and see the situation and see the loopholes before Mexico, like, you know, recovers. You know what I mean? So hopefully it's gonna happen like that.
All right, Tifo, score prediction?
1990, Francis Omambeik, Cameroon 1 versus Argentina 0. 2002, Papa Bopa Diop, Senegal 1, France 0. So 2026, I'm sure the boys should be thinking there's a chance for us to rewrite the script again. Yeah, you know, so 1-0 for me.
Bafetu, you know what? Lastly, don't forget again, subscribe, take a picture, hashtag Izinja, the World Cup, pose your question. We will select a question at the end of the match. The best question wins a cap. And by the way, don't forget, we've got abantu base-Sunbet here. Don't forget to approach abalande nangu sister lapayana, uyamlanda ukhuluma ngalela clipa leli sikhulume ngalo, and then you place your bet. Right, gents? Other than that, Bafana Bafana, the world is watching you. Go out there, make sure that you deliver a performance. Other than that, from us, Izinja zeGame, Nengwenya Zami, MTNFC, Sunbet, Lays. Omak, Omak sekayihlephule kaningi.
The score.
What's the score quick?
Ufuna ngithi 2-1, okay, 2-1 like just
2-1 to who?
2-1 to South Africa for sure. Because also they didn't concede a lot of goals, so I don't see them conceding more than 2.
All right. I don't know. Namin funa sam. Minanko important. Other than that, Bafit, sizonibona nge-half time. Danko.
When the score
it's going down right now. Coming alive, a real one, I'm on the rise. You see the look in my eyes.
1, 2. Okay, guys. You can turn it Osako around if you want to. You guys can turn your chairs around if you want to. Number 2, if you want to take a picture before the game starts with your legends. Nah, babala, nami legend. No. No, phela it doesn't mean ukuthi mangafika ngaku pro side angisinge bengizima ekasi ekasi bengizima Mark bengizima enye into enzima kabi. Other than that, guys, feel free to take pictures with your legends whether now or you will do that after the game. Other than that, enjoy the game, guys. Thank you.
Declaramos oficialmente inaugurada la Copa Mundial de la FIFA 2026.
So the prize they're all playing for, the FIFA World Cup trophy. Weighing in at just over 6 kilograms and made of 18-karat gold. This is the greatest prize this sport has to offer. So it begins. For the first time, 48 teams compete for the title of world champions. The road here started just 263 days after Argentina won a historic third World Cup at the Sail in Qatar. It was the 7th of September 2023 when the first qualifier took place ahead of the 2026 finals. It was in the Condor region in South America, in Ciudad de Este to be specific, as Paraguay drew 0-0 with Peru. This is why we love football. Mexico! This remembered by these fans for years on end. It's now time to seize the moment for co-host Mexico and South Africa as deja vu sets in for fans of both teams. Never before have two sides faced off in a World Cup opening game twice, but today it happens for the first time. 16 years to the day since they met in Johannesburg. Today is Mexico City set to play host at an altitude of 2,400 meters. There's some 104 World Cup matches between now and the 12th of July. It's just minutes away, and this place is an absolute fever pitch. Fervent fans of this football bonkers nation are believing that this might be their year, but so are those of 47 other countries. It's the hope that gets to us all, isn't it? But that's why we love it. The new World Cup brings tweak laws of the game, and it's stoked for VAR. New players ready to make a name for themselves. 4 teams making their debuts. Stunning new kits and a new look to pre-match formalities as well. Something so will never change. That's why we start with the national anthems, beginning with South Africa.
Please rise if you are able for the playing of the national anthem of South Africa. Quien pueda que se ponga de pie para escuchar el himno nacional de Sudáfrica.
To this game. Fans have been flying into this stadium since 8 o'clock this morning. The atmosphere has been absolute fever pitch now for a good few hours. All the talking done. Pre-match preparations completed last night. Too long to wait for these sets of players. And a 1 o'clock start local time here in Mexico City. Moments in history captured by the lenses of the world's media. South Africa make a welcome return to the big stage, having not been to the final since they hosted in 2010. First time they've qualified since 2002. Brazil is the match referee for the opening game of the tournament. A FIFA referee since 2013. He was a VAR official in 2018 and a referee in the last World Cup as well. Nicolas Gallo of Colombia is the VAR, assisted by Juan Lara of Chile. The stadium at the moment is raining sombreros. On every seat of this 83,000 capacity arena, and flying down towards pitch level. Team news then. Mexico showed their hand in their final warm-up game against Serbia and made one change in that friendly in Toluca. It comes up right back with Israel Reyes in to play in his club's old and new home stadium, with Jorge Sanchez moving to the bench. Striker Raul Jimenez is the poster boy of the side, and the third all-time leading scorer. But watch out for 17-year-old Gilberto Mora from the bench. He's the next star emerging in this country and will no doubt have a key part to play. 6 of the starting 11 play their football here in their homeland. For South Africa, it looks like defence first as they opt to play a back three in this one. But they can be a counter-attacking side anyway, so it might just suit them. They do know each other well, with 6 starters coming from Mamelodi Sundowns, who have just won the CAF Champions League, the top prize in African club football. Burnley striker Lyle Foster leads the line. He's the squad's top scorer with 10 and was their joint top scorer in qualifying. Overall, the average age of just over 28 is the oldest they've ever named in a World Cup match. This their 4th ever tournament. Martins stepping forward. Cesar Montes, along with South Africa goalkeeper Rodman Williams. It'll be interesting to see if the pressure gets to Mexico or not. There's only a sprinkling of South African support inside this stadium. They know the role they have in this match. They know how they can hurt Mexico. They have been working on it for weeks now. Mexico to make their nation proud after failing to get out their group in 2022. They had their best finishes in the World Cup when they hosted previously in 1970 and 1986 when they made the quarter-finals. Is ready. And Mexico, one of the trio of co-hosts, are the first to take to the field here. Ranked 14 in the world, they are the favourites against South Africa, who are 60th in FIFA's world rankings. And numbers don't play football matches. Vamos! The greatest show on turf, the biggest ever seen on planet Earth. Day 1 of 39, teams 1 and 2 of 48, match 1 of 104 in Stadium 1 of 16. The FIFA World Cup has never seen the like. Here in country 1 of 3, we begin the journey towards the final, some 2,084 miles away. But fitting we start here at one of football's most storied arenas. A modern-day Colossus has been reimagined after a generous lick of paint, and now the fun really starts. Delighted to say, watching alongside me here at Mexico City Stadium is the former Everton, Manchester City and England left-back Andy Hinchcliffe. Andy, this is quite the sight, isn't it?
It's extraordinary. I think with the world watching, I'm just hoping the teams can embrace the pressure of opening this incredible tournament, enjoy the atmosphere, but stick to the coach's game plan, enjoy the game, but get the game won.
Well, Mexico starting by playing Ole football here. The fans determined to enjoy this. Getting an early touch of the ball here as it goes back to Eric Lima. Cesar Montes. I have to say, I don't think I've been in an atmosphere quite like this before. As commentators, you get to go to some amazing stadiums around the world, but this just about tops it.
I'm not surprised really about the start we've seen here with Mexico dominating the ball. With the shape that Hugo Broos, the South African coach, has gone for, back 5. They're going to sit deep, try and soak up pressure, and then break forward on the counter-attack.
Adams, South Africa, with their first chance to acclimatise here. Did have a familiarisation session at the stadium yesterday, but no substitute for actual playing minutes here. These two sides played the opener of the World Cup when South Africa hosted back in 2010. It was a 1-1 draw that day. For some teams visiting here, the altitude may be a problem, 2,400 metres, but South Africa, of course, a country with plenty of highs and lows, and it was over 1,700 metres when they met there. So physically, at least, I guess this should be able to compete. There's Javier Aguirre, the Mexico coach, a 3rd spell in charge now, and it will be coming to an end following this World Cup. His assistant, Rafael Marquez, who scored in that opening game some 16 years ago, is due to take over. Foul here for Roberto Alvarado, and a free kick here for Mexico.
Yeah, the throw-in goes infield, and Gutierrez gets to it first. Madiba believes he can get to the ball first, and he doesn't. He takes the man out, so a free kick in a dangerous area here.
Options over it as well. So, of course, haven't played too much competitive action in the last couple of years. Indeed, each of their last 14 games have been friendlies. qualifiers for them. The first chance to do some damage here. Tapped by Alvarado. That was a shot on goal there, but either way it went into the wall.
Yeah, usually expect the ball just to be kind of fizzed into that space between the goalkeeper and the defensive line, but that was an attempt on target, trying to catch out Roman Williams.
Jimenez. That was picture you see just about every turn you make in the city here. He's idolised. Reyes. Oh, an early chance. Maybe one of the saves of this World Cup inside the opening 5 minutes of play.
And it all starts with Jimenez, the link play, getting the ball out wide, put back on the overlap. They get a decent cross into the box, and Jimenez does the right thing. He gets himself into a goal-scoring position. Decent strike, excellent save.
The first test for Roman Williams, and he stood up to it. Gets Hansen out as well. And, into the air, but not clear. Chance now to get it away for Modiba. This is where they can maybe hurt that together. Certainly wasn't certain inside the Mexico team. Guillermo Ochoa, his 6th World Cup, could have played in a 4th, but now gets the shirt instead.
It's brilliant work from Jimenez in the link play, then getting himself into the penalty area to be on the end of the cross. He'll be disappointed he's not scored there, but a threat, clear threat there from South Africa on the counter-attack. That's their game. Play with 5 at the back, sit deep, and that's why they're playing Reyners and Foster so they can get on the pitch when possible.
Eric Lima with the switch. Tole. To Foster. Reyners. Number of new laws passed just in time for the start of the tournament here. Time taken on throw-ins is one of those. Referee can give you a countdown of 5 seconds if he thinks you're taking too long. Go past that, and it goes to the opposite side.
Yeah, it's all designed just to speed the game up, keep the ball in play for much more.
It's the 9th consecutive World Cup for Mexico since missing the 1990 edition. One of 7 straight round of 16 exits. Went out in the group in 2022, 4 years ago. The first time since 1978, looking to really make amends here. 3 of their group games here in their homelands, 2 of them here in this stadium. It must be given here by referee Walter Sapau.
Not surprised by a strong start we've seen from the host nation. There's several factors really in Mexico's favour going into the game there. 45 places higher in FIFA's rankings. They're vastly more experienced in terms of their squad, and their recent form is very good as well. They've won 6 of the last 8 games. So South Africa, they're up against it to get a positive result here.
Well, truly put on there. Jimenez. Forward by Ocon. Montes. Reyes. America side have been able to return to this stadium in the last couple of months after renovations were complete after a 2-year closure. The stadium that was starting to show its age has been modified and upgraded. Really now can be considered as one of the world's best again. Capacity of around 83,000. to Williams. Experienced goalkeeper at the age of 34. And Mexico maybe with an opening here. Scored by William Quiñones. It might be more than Colombia. It's picked off by a brilliant press from the Mexicans. You know, Lira stepping in, being aggressive, getting Mexico back on the ball. And Quiñones, he does the right thing really. He just puts his laces through the ball, just goes for pure power, gets a bit of luck through the keeper's legs, but a dream start for Mexico. A timely goal for Quiñones as well. Hasn't scored in his last 17 caps before today. Both of his international goals came in his first 5 appearances. Now he's on the score sheet again. Just played here by the referee. It's given away. Jimenez. It's South ball, but everyone inside this stadium absolutely jubilant as the ball hit the net there. That's the only goal that Mexico are craving, but how it came about. William Rose, the Salvadorian coach, was so disappointed. You know, you're playing with 3 centre halves, you're spreading them across the pitch, you're trying to play out from the back, you can't give the ball away that cheaply. Well, it was always likely to be tough for South Africa here today. Mexico haven't lost here in Mexico since a 1-0 friendly defeat against Chile back in October 2018. They haven't lost a competitive match since they were beaten by Honduras here in this stadium in 2013. Only ever had one other competitive defeat here, which was in 2001. Hugo Bruce is the South Africa coach. He's been in charge since 2021 now, and a previous spell in international football with Cameroon, but he will be retiring after this World Cup. He's going to be the longest serving head coach of South Africa, though, as he goes past Clive Barker, who was in charge in the 1990s. Yeah, it'd be so disappointed, the man of the goal that they've conceded. You can pick your personnel, you've got your formation, but you can't legislate for players just making basic errors. A poor pass into midfield, the midfielder's not ready to receive the ball, and you give a goal away. And I think you've got to clear your head to make sure you don't go 2-0 down quickly. Quiñones scoring after 9 minutes. It's the earliest first goal of the World Cup tournament that has been scored since 2006, when Germany's Philipp Lahm netted against Costa Rica just 6 minutes into the tournament. Mexico far from done at 1. Jimenez busting a gun to get there and has forced another corner. Started the game really strongly, Raul Jimenez, chasing at a lost cause there, keeping it alive, earning his team a set piece, hard work off the ball. South Africa pulling everyone back to defend, and Mexico pushing just about everyone forward here. Furthest back of the outfielders is Eric Lima, who is almost halfway inside the South Africa half. Chance with a header. It's there to a great area as well. Grabbed by the goalkeeper. Yeah, the worry for South Africa there, the amount of time and space that Mexico's main goal scorer, Jimenez, has just mistimes his jump. Gianni Infantino, the FIFA president, of course, here at the opening game. Towards expansion that he has really been behind. Opportunities to countries who've never been to world football's top table before to make their debuts here. Canada, Mexico and the United States as well. Sitole.
So far, Mexico dominating the ball, over 60% possession, but having the ball is one thing. Sticking the ball in the back of the net is what you need, so they'll be so pleased again. They kind of stepped onto South Africa, pitched the ball back and score, but when you're dominating the ball, it's about making chances, scoring goals, and Mexico have got the opener.
Well, could it be kept in play there? Liso Mudial, one of those Mamelodi Sundown players who had a great end to the season, winning the CAF Champions League.
It's not an easy role for Mudial and Modiba, the two wing-backs for South Africa. Going to have to do a lot of defending against dangerous wide players for Mexico, but also in this system, you've got to try and get up the pitch and be an attacking wing-back as well, so you have to cover an awful lot of ground in those positions.
Referee just gave himself a little bit of thinking time there. It does eventually blow for the free kick to the home side. Well, Hugo Bruce was speaking at his press conference here at the stadium yesterday and actually said that, you know, the 80,000 odd Mexicans who are in the stadium today don't play, they just sing and shout. I think his side are only natural if they feel that heat and that pressure, aren't they?
It's a great view of that opening goal. As I say, with Quiñones, he doesn't really back himself to maybe pass the ball into one of the corners. He just smashes the ball, goes for pure power, gets a bit of luck through the keeper's legs, but the opportunity came around because of the press and that poor forward pass from the goalkeeper.
Here. Gutierrez, who's having a bit of a floating role in this side. He's given away the free kick.
Look at the Mexican central midfield. Eric Lira will sit deep, he'll protect. There'll be defensive insurance for Gutierrez, for Fidalgo. They're both encouraged to step forward into a variety of attacking positions, and they're hard to pick up if you don't track their runs.
Gutierrez is an interesting player, actually. He was born in Illinois in the United States, but to a Mexican mom and dad, he is one of an estimated 40 million people in the United States of Mexican ancestry. The Football Federation here are keen to tap into that market to expand their talent pool. Spread by Mokoena. Mudial. Mokoena. Sitole. Kazi. Space here. It's just going very far. Free kick. Referee reached in for his pocket for the first time in the first yellow card.
Well, that South African central midfield is very aggressive. In McQueen, Sitole, Adams as well. They're going to put themselves about. They're going to go flying into challenges, but you have to get them right. If you don't get anywhere near the ball, you've got a problem.
Yellow card for Teboho Mokoena.
It's a pretty obvious one. He's lunging in there. He's nowhere near the ball. Fidalgo has just pitched it away from him.
To keep on there, though, South Africa, he really is the beating heart of their midfield. Such an important player for them. They're starting to get a grip in this game now after a bit of a shaky start, which is only to be expected.
Yeah, ideally they want to be enjoying some possession with the scoreline blank. Conceded that goal. They can't go crazy, go flying forward, looking to get an early equaliser. Just work your way into the game. They're starting to do that.
Williams. Right, Ocon. Guaida trying to force it. Here it goes to Rangel.
I was expecting Mudial, the wing-back, to make a run beyond that Mexican defensive line. It didn't happen.
Known as Vasco Javier Aguirre, due to his Basque roots in Spain. It's a bit of a 4-4-2 merchant early in his career. He's been a more progressive 4-3-3 man as the years have gone on. Used to be criticised for it. It's got Mexico into their round of 16 twice in the World Cup. I'm sure we'll be expected to push them at least one stage further this time around.
Yeah, just looking at Mexico in possession down their left-hand side. Quiñones, who scored that opening goal, he just drifted infield. Gallardo, the left-back, is encouraged to step forward to provide the width The shape of the Mexican team slightly changes. Lira's there to help out defensively if they lose the ball, but the left-back Gallardo is set high up the pitch. Quiñones drifting infield, and that's where he picks up the ball to score from.
Alvarado. Alvarado, a great outlet for Mexico down this side. To Alvarado. Reyes. Quiñones, the goal scorer. He's going to go for goal again. He clips the top of the net.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Not staying out wide on that left-hand side, drifting into a central area, giving defenders a problem. I'm not surprised he takes the shot on. It's a bit of a wild swipe at the ball. I think Williams knows it's going wide. When you've scored one, even though you're a long way from goal, why not have a pop?
He's had a goal-filled season, Julian Quiñones, the top scorer in Saudi Arabia. 23 goals, just 31 games, 4 hat-tricks, 7 goals in his last 5 games of the season. A free kick. A bit of a push there. Madiba is good now. They don't have too much World Cup history to look back on. Their first ever World Cup was at France 1998. They went out to the group stage, the same at Korea, Japan in 2002. It's also the group for them when they hosted in 2010, but they did beat France by 2-1. Of course, that iconic goal against Mexico in the opener from Shabalala, which really captured the imagination of everyone watching across the globe.
Murillo actually initially gave the ball away, then tries to redeem himself by chasing back, sliding in on Montez, but he's nowhere near the ball. Major problem for South Africa when you look at their World Cup history. When they've conceded the first goal in a World Cup game, they have never won. They've lost 60% of their games, so this is going to be a tough game to claw back for them.
Quiñones, who really has the fire in his belly for this one. Alvarado always waiting. His delivery towards Jimenez.
A great example there of how the Mexican front three actually play. Alvarado provides genuine width down the right. Quiñones, as I've mentioned, will drift in field at times. Partner Jimenez as a front two.
Legends in the house, Roberto Baggio, Cafu and Roberto Carlos there as well. Is your left foot as good as his?
I don't think so, no. I shouldn't even have to think about it, no. Clearly it wasn't.
Right hands. Long, straight, direct ball. Ooh, and now not convincing, and now finds himself out of goal. Good block there. Gallardo managed to get his body in the way.
I'm not sure why the Mexican keeper isn't just catching that. It looked pretty straightforward.
Second wave. Quader goes down, stays down. Free kick given by the assistant over on the far side, Bruno Bosquilla. A yellow card here. Shown to Brian Gutierrez.
Yeah, again, it seems to be one of those challenges where a player decides very early to try and get to the ball and then doesn't. Just slightly mistimes it. See what he does, he steps across his man, he catches McQuainer, who eventually goes down. There's the goalkeeper again, Rangel. I'm not sure what he's doing. He seems to misjudge the crossfield ball. Should be moving his feet and getting there comfortably.
Well, it's a piece opportunity here for South Africa. Actually won in their last 5 games, been some friendlies as well since winning against Zimbabwe. in the Africa Cup of Nations group stage back at the end of December. Lost the round of 16 of that tournament, beaten by Cameroon, who's the scoreless side. South Africa yet to have an attempt on goal in the game. This might be their roots. This time. Chased back high by Mukazi. Oh, Quinones.
Such a poor set piece there from South Africa. From open play, they're struggling to lay a glove really on Mexico from set plays. Got to make them count. Really poor delivery. It's easy to defend.
And with that, as we reach just past the midpoint in the first half, the first hydration break. It will happen in every game across the tournament, midway through each half. Chance for the players to get some fluids on board. It will not be particularly sunny here today, but it is extremely warm. Body heat coming off over 80,000 people inside this stadium as well. Mexico, a goal to the good. So that goal from Quinones in the ninth.
You know what the secret is? People think it's the jersey play. It's you. You gotta be special. Not special one game, day in, day out. Play with flair. Show me your number. Shiboba, fight Tumbama, no mercy. You're standing on the shoulders of giants in Dwan. Make it count.
I called you here today to talk about my transportation.
Transport ukwenzani manje?
Iviano.
And then where are you going Eviano, ma?
Back to my ancestral land where I want to be laid to rest.
Yes, ma. The Metropolitan Funeral Plan yako comes with avoided repatriation.
Choir from the top.
From wanting to having, deciding to do it, dreaming to creating. Make life happen with payments.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
On your terms.
Yeah, it's 1-0 to Mexico. Let me get some reactions. Coach, thing is a good reaction from umqeqeshi. Thoughts on the first half? Mistake there from our build-up process. How does that make you feel?
I feel very bad because of who keeper. He pass a ball inside, and while Uyaya, he's not a quick player. You know, he's very slow. That's why Beba pressure. Then he loses. So, Manje Uyaya is under pressure. He made a mistake. First game, player away from Elon. Baba winning a 12 play. So now we need that spirit to come back, to bounce back. So Adams is trying, but I'm gonna slowly go masses figure ngale ku 18 yabo. Yes.
All right. The game is back. All right, thank you.
The second half as well.
It's nothing put on goalkeepers the last couple of years, whether the ball is at their feet or in their hands. Quainer. Ocon. To Williams. For Lyle Foster, but hasn't really had too much to get involved in the game so far. Yao. Mexico seize upon it here. Jimenez. Quinones. to reset and start again.
Yeah, the possession of the two teams just starting to level out, but South Africa really struggling to create any decent opportunities, playing a lot of attacking football across the face of that Mexican defence. Need to be a bit sharper, be a bit more inventive.
Of possession in contest so far. Mexico thoroughly dominating things. Another chance on goal there. Bafana this time.
And once again, it's Gallardo providing the width. Quiones drifting infield to pick up the ball. And then looking to get the onrushing attacking midfielder on the ball in that South African box.
Hidalgo. He's in Seville in Spain for Real Betis. Alvarado. Great outlet so far. Reyes in. Lifted by Williams.
I just think he plays the ball in a little bit too early there, Reyes. Trying to pick out his centre forward, but it's a poor cross. It's played too early because Jimenez wasn't really ready for it.
To Williams. Too much joy. Reyes. Historic day inside this stadium. Tomorrow a historic day actually as well, because it's exactly 60 years since Mexico's first game here, which was a 1-0 defeat to a club side in Tottenham Hotspur. Scotland international Alan Gilzir got the goal. America played the first game here against Torino of Italy just 14 days later. It's a stadium that has had so many famous moments here over the years, particularly involving the likes of Pelé and Maradona as well. Forget the iconic goal from Carlos Alberto. A real team move that was.
That's what I was just mentioning about this South African attack, plenty possession, but it's all across the face of that Mexican defence, and it's not really going anywhere.
I mentioned Lyle Foster, who's only had 6 touches in the game so far.
And Reynolds as well is really struggling to quality possession, so it's all well and good, keeping the ball in these types of areas, but you're playing with a front two. Can you give them a decent service? And so far it hasn't happened.
Ball here for Modiba. He might make something of this. He's managed to get inside their first quarter of the game, or he would have done. The flag not got up.
That's exactly what he needs to do, make those excellent forward runs in behind the Mexican defence. Just gone slightly too early, he is offside. When you have comfortable possession, you need your wing-backs like Modiba, willing to make runs like that.
Rangel. Free kick here for the home side, as we can call them. Has actually been managing an injury in recent times, but has established himself as the first choice goalkeeper in 2026. First competitive cap for him today. Previous 14 in friendly games. Throw. The locals too happy about that.
Yeah, let's go defensively there, just slightly laboured in possession. In the ball away. And threw the throw in far too easily. To up the tempo again.
Forward, Foster trying to make his own room. No touch at the end of it all.
Promising position, just a lack of attacking quality again. They need to get 2 or 3 passes right. caused Mexico some problems.
Legendary players, legendary referees. Pierluigi Collina is here alongside Marco Materazzi. There's Puyol sat in front as well. Here for Alvarado on the right. Hayes has gone past him as always.
Rodrigo the danger, but Mbakazi has to step away from his centre-half position to make that challenge.
Committed as well from the central defender. He's north of us for Chicago Fire in MLS.
Yeah, if you go into a challenge like that, you have to make absolutely sure you win the ball, and he did.
Gutierrez seems to turn for Fidalgo. Quiñones, Gallardo across. It's the goal to hold on.
There's that combination again. Quiñones in field using the overlapping fullback as the width. This comes off the goalkeeper. And South Africa have a big problem, but that overlapping run from the fullback is excellent. Just the ball in, a bit too easy for the goalkeeper to pick off.
Albeit their sample size of 9 and a bit games is a little small, but it is the first time that South Africa have failed to record an attempt on goal in the first 30 minutes of a World Cup match. But they know that at some stage in this game their time will come. They are going to have to be clinical. So goal, just one of 2 attempts on target so far.
Yeah, with the other one, Raul Jimenez will be disappointed he's not made it 2.
Mira. Eyes of the world on this game, on this stadium, on this city at the moment. Million people live in Mexico overall, though the 10th biggest country by population worldwide. Million in the inner part of this city. The outer suburbs, 24 million people can be counted as Mexico City residents. It's a huge, sprawling part of the world. Buildings and houses and roads everywhere you look. Traffic can be intense. They wouldn't have it any other way. Towards Foster. That is the first chance for South Africa that comes and goes in a flash.
Yeah, and your reaction tells you how good an opportunity it was. He gets in between defenders who are watching the ball, not watching the danger man. It's in between the centre halves. There's a bit of pace on the ball. He's looking to redirect it. Slightly mistimes it. It's the earlier opportunity. Too close to the goalkeeper. Promising position. Maybe he's got to lift that ball, take the goalkeeper out of the equation.
He's just switching here, though, at the moment. Mexico not getting forward as much as they were some 15 or 20 minutes ago.
I think the tempo of the game has certainly dropped. There's a bit of a lull from both sides.
Hell has it. Alvarado. Reyes. Swinger sends it to Gallardo on the other side. The most capped Mexican players, 123 caps, including today. Cuadrado on top of the for Mexico, though. His 180 caps will take some surpassing.
Well, looks like being just a word from the referee to Sitole. He's lucky because he goes flying into Lira here. He's looking to play the ball around the corner, does play the ball, and then gets caught. Such an important player for the functioning in this Mexican side. Just sits deep in central midfield, keeps them ticking over. And there's his forward pass. And Sitole goes clattering into him. He's lucky not to be booked for that.
Still about 8 minutes to go until half-time. It's an increasingly feisty encounter. Alvarado.
Once again, it's Makazi with an aggressive challenge, a fair challenge. Gets to the ball first.
Cortez to Joan Vasquez. Mexico side who plays in northern Italy with Genoa. It's them as well. He's a leader wherever he goes. Jimenez. Hidalgo. Gallardo. It's nicely worked. Here's Gutierrez. Jimenez pointed for it. Together. Hello, my friend. Check. Alvarado. Reyes. Lira hoisting it high. Liao gets it only so far. Back it towards Jimenez! Great save from Williams, and it had to be as well for South Africa.
Right, such an intelligent ball, and it's the movement though of Jimenez that causes the problems. Question mark about whether it would have been offside, but there's defenders watching the ball. He's on the move. That is a recipe for disaster. I think a firmer contact on that ball, and it's in the back of the net.
Had an interesting few days. Raul Jimenez rejoined his old club, Wolverhampton Wanderers of England, who were relegated from the Premier League at the end of the season just gone. They'll be playing second-tier football. Welcome today to find out the coaching sets. Alvarado sits. Oh, it's off the cross. And Quiñones so close to a second.
Well, it's like someone just flicked a switch and suddenly Mexico burst to life. And you see the finish here from Quiñones. He tries to pass the ball into the bottom corner. He's so unlucky. You see with his goal, he just went for pure power. On this occasion, he tries to pass the ball into the bottom corner. He's so unlucky. But when they just can't step the tempo up, they get 3 or 4 quality passes, fast passes in. They're causing South Africa real problems.
Bakazi. There to intercept for Mexico. Slipping up as well, Fidalgo. Jimenez, only man forward. Moquena. Forward to Raiders. Claims of handball. Referee says no, but it will be a corner here to South Africa. I'm sure that will please them.
I think Rudy will probably take that. It wasn't the greatest cross, it was easily blocked. Again, promising position, lack of attacking quality, but at least they've got a set piece right.
Getting closer and closer to the break.
There's where Madiba, with his left foot, just needs to really concentrate. Quality delivery, keep it away from the goalkeeper. The big lads are up from the back, the centre halves are in there, give them something to attack.
To Madiba, who's nicknamed as the postman because he always delivers. And he delivered there, but held by Mexico. Way out there on the party that was unlikely to cause any drama.
Well, it's impressive because he actually hits the target because he's a long, long way out. It's a brilliant strike, but you know, Rangel has read that and it travels such a long way, it should be a comfortable save.
Things ticking in midfield as always. Vasquez. Quinones has the pace to get behind. Committed is the goalkeeper there, Williams. He got it absolutely right. Nearly falls there for Reyners as we move into 4 additional minutes at the end of the first half.
A great example there that goalkeeping isn't just about catching crosses, making saves, it's reading the danger and getting across to clear your lines.
Obvious to say in terms of Mexico, but they've got 2 flying white men in Quinones and Alvarado, who are always willing to dart, and a man who's got so much experience in Jimenez in the middle. And Gutierrez always in support as well.
And those players at times are on the move as well, so certainly get Gallardo going forward from left back, Quinones infield. It causes a lot of defensive problems. You're never really sure where those Mexican attackers are going to be.
Jimenez. Gallardo urged to shoot, deflected. Not caught first time by Williams, he was under no pressure as he grabbed it after that.
It's just 1-0 at half-time. I think Hugo Broos, the South African coach, will be relatively pleased after conceding a poor goal really early. They're still in the game. Well, Javier Aguirre, I think he'll be asking more from his players, just to step the tempo and the quality up, get that all-important second goal.
On the ball at the end of this first half for South Africa, Madiba. Foster and Reyners into the middle now. Madiba. Alvarado trying to stop him. The referee says the last touch was off Madiba. And the goal kick is given.
Well, not once but twice. 2 brilliant pieces of defensive work from Alvarado. Just mentioned there about his attacking intent. He can play wide and get high on the pitch, get crosses in, but he's willing to work for the team, track the wing back all the way back in and turn into a defender.
Well, quite a chirpy man, Javier Aguirre, but not too happy in the moment. The official having to tell him to calm down. A bit of back and forth with the journalists at his press conference yesterday. Very strict policy ahead of the World Cup, so no one will be caught up unless they're not only 100% fit, but match fit on top of that as well. Oh, it's a lovely reverse. And a real touch for the goal, but strangely poked there by Gutierrez. Agonisingly wide for the vast majority inside this stadium.
He just doesn't make clean contacts on the strike, but Quinones again drifting in field, he scored one. He's created one here, he plays a tragic forward ball to the on-rushing midfielder Gutierrez. You can see what he's trying to do, just doesn't wrap his instep around the ball and scuffs it. Good chance.
too much international experience, Gutierrez. Only his 8th cap today. A nice moment for he, Alvarado, and Rangel, all Guadalajara players. Chivas, as they're more commonly known. That's where they play their 2nd game. A week from today against Korea Republic.
You can see why Aguirre is probably frustrated. He's kind of creating good opportunities and not taking them.
And that is time for the first half. In 2022, Mexico didn't lead in any of their games at the break, but they do here. The first score in 2 years for Julian Quinones.
1 2 1 2. Slim, are you sending? Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Hi guys, can I please have your attention? To those who want to use the Wi-Fi password is emptguest2024. The password is emptfriends. You can use that to post your pictures, you can use that to tag. Don't forget to tag our sponsors, guys. Sunbet, Lays, MTN, FC. Other than that, guys, I'm opening the floor, right? I need a question from what, thank you very much, my brother. You're very quick. You're very quick, my brother. And lastly, guys, I just want to say one thing, right? Any one of you guys who will go to Palisa to go and sign up for a Sunbet for 100 rand there. The first one for the important. You can use it anyway. Any game, right? Other than that, let me open the floor. Let me get a question from you, my brother.
Thank you, Linda, for the opportunity. I'm just worried that, Bruce, whenever we play these high intensity or high stake games, why does he always need to respect and change the way we play? Because I feel like today we change a gameplay completely. Back 5, 2 strikers at the top, go back to 4-2. There's nothing to respect here. So my question is, why is Bruce respecting these people so much, whereas they don't deserve our respect?
Other than that, it's Mexico 1, Bafana Bafana 0 in the Stadio Azteca. Gentlemen, a goal from Julian Quinones, if we're pronouncing him properly. I just want to shout out my sponsors again. Thank you to Sunbet, Elays, the MTN FC. Other than that, Mark, you've seen the tactical story. Tifo, you've seen the defensive errors. Josta, you watched the first half. Mark, maybe let me get your thoughts quickly. What would you have changed?
There's many things that I feel that we are doing wrong, and I think also watching the game is, for me, you can also see Uguti, the team maybe only worked in their defensive process, because most of the time our offensive process, our offensive transition, we lose the ball, we lose the second pass, we lose the third pass. It's a long ball to try and find Urenas, no Lyle. The distance between, because also you can see they want to push Umbogazi more to the left back position or the left back zone, but the distance between Umbogazi and Umudiba is too much. It's like 50 meters in between. Now Umbogazi have to play the long pass. For me, especially like individually as well, where we have placed our players, I don't think it's supporting us, especially in possession, because Umudiba, I don't think is a player that plays in the last line of attack. You know what I mean? And also, we were mentioning it now that the two strikers, they are playing too square. Yeah. And now we don't have that link where Numukwena and the three that is playing behind the two offensive players to get that link to control the game a little bit and to control the attack a little bit. So I think for me, lastly, maybe Utef will maybe indulge in it.
I want to jump on to Utef. Yeah. I wanted to ask him, right? Most of the people were expecting a back 4. But I think you guys spoke about it on the previous show. I spoke about it that I think the best way maybe to attack this game would be a back 3. You played in this position. We spoke about it just as well. You'll come in and have your say. But if the back 3, let's talk about it.
Yeah, I think the calamity of playing with 3 center backs is sometimes like we pass on the responsibility. Oh, it's your responsibility. Oh, it's your responsibility. And before you know it, we are only dealing with one striker. You know, the situations where they almost had cutbacks, and then you have all the three center backs like in one line. You know, nobody's picking up because I'm thinking Josta has got the striker, and Mark is thinking that I've got a striker. So I think moving forward, let's go back to back four. Let's throw caution to the wind. We've got nothing to lose. We were expected to lose anyway. So let's take this game to Mexico, because like they are not strong. You know, we are giving them too much respect, and then now they get comfortable and they're getting those half chances, and they almost, you know, got the second goal. Mark alluded to the fact that like going forward, we lack sharpness, you know, because we don't have much going forward. We are almost like defending with 6 because Yaya is deep and then there's 5 defenders. So when we win the ball, then there's no creativity going forward. And there's no coordination because we try to play the ball and then whoever is supposed to be receiving the ball is not ready, you know. So we are not reading each other. Like Mark said, he said he doesn't think that we have worked much on the offensive aspect of our game. And I think let's just go back to back 4 so that we know that we've got assigned roles and throw caution to the wind and then go for them.
Josta, Lyle gets an opportunity to score, but before we get to Lyle, a mistake happens at the back. 10 minutes, critical phase of the game. If a ball is played in the first phase of the game, they pass Uyaya on his weaker foot on his left-hand side. Let's speak about that moment, the crucial moment in the match, 10 minutes, Josta, but also building up from the back, that instability.
We spoke about this team trying to suffocate. They want to suffocate us from the start. They want you to play from the back so that they can do what they did to us with the Aya's mistake. I had a coach who used to tell us, and us and Tifa said, a midfielder's got to have a big neck like this, because what they do, they always scan what's around them before they even get the ball. So they know who's behind them. They know where to hit the ball, even if they're under pressure. Yaya, for me, plays overseas, right? But he did like a schoolboy mistake. You can't be a professional player as a center midfielder. As a center midfielder, if I lose the ball, I'm like a center back. If a center back loses a ball, there's only the striker and the goalkeeper, and it's a goal. As a midfielder, if I don't do well and I don't protect these guys at the back, these guys are done. So he did a schoolboy mistake right there, and he knows it.
Do you think he'll recover from that?
No. Let me tell you something. What coach needs to do with this halftime is that like we don't have creativity going forward. You put Relay in, you take out Adams, you take out Yaya out. You bring back Mukwena where he plays, because you can see Mukwena and Adams are lost. Because Yaya, obviously, he has to play where Mukwena is playing. But put back Mukwena in his normal position as a center midfielder. You put Relay on the left, you put Apolis on the right. Now you got more options coming from the back going forward, because you can see that there's a lot of loopholes where Mexico when Mexico is attacking. So now we need those players that can carry the ball, can carry us forward, and obviously, like, you know, help Lyle up front. If we can do that, if the coach can do that, we can win this game, because this team is not strong. I'm telling you, we can beat these guys. But he just need to make those changes and be, like, you know, brave enough to make those changes during halftime. And I'm telling you, South Africa can win this game.
Mark, what do we change offensively?
I think offensively is that what is also important with how they have set up their offensive process as well. Maybe we can also use a similar base where we have maybe Mbokazi, we have Akon, and maybe Umudao in the base, and then we'll have Utebs just in front of them. Because also you can see also many moments that they have created, they come from an offensive transition. So it's important for us also to have a good base and a good rest defense so that also we don't concede much. You know what I mean? Because also when we have the ball, Umudao, because he has the offensive mindset, he can help us also to start the attack from the back going forward. I think also I agree with Josta. We need more, like a more number 10 playing in between that back 3 when they have the ball between them and Lira, the space that we spoke about there, because Lira always jumps to try and press against Adams, to press against Uyaya, but he leaves that whole vacuum you more space. But because we have the two flat or square center forward, no one is the link for us to play the shorter pass instead of playing the long pass as well. So maybe if we go back to the 4-2-3-1 that the coach usually plays, and to have that central channel, to have that central reference, especially as a 10, to play behind Ulrira, to find those pockets there on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side. And also use Umudiba to his strongest point, and which is he's a more inverted fullback than a last line fullback as well. So maybe we need a Muremi, we need a Apolis, we need a Maseko. That will be very aggressive also in 1v1 moments. So for me, I think we need to utilize those wide channels, especially in 1v1 moments. And
Tifo, what do you say? You've been a captain, right? You're a defender, just like Uronza, just like Uspisi. What do you say to Rilem Fukeng, you know, as a senior player, now that we are 1-0 down, we need a goal, we need confidence to come back into this match. What do you say to an Apolis if you're a senior player?
I mean, like, it's the World Cup, like Josta said earlier on. This is a moment for you to shine. You know, you come in there, you know, you change the complexion of the game. You get remembered for this game, you know, turning things around. We have to be brave. You know, we have to be brave. We have to play. Forget about the occasion. Forget about the World Cup. You know, it's 11v11, mano a mano. It's time for you to show what you are made of.
Latam too.
Latam too.
I'll deal with this guy. That's what you need. You need players that are going to be like as a centre back. Just a Latam too.
Sure.
We'll deal with this one. You know what I mean? That's the only way you're going to get back into the game. But now everybody's like shaking. It's like you can see the guys are, you got to come out of it. Come on, it's been like the whole 45 minutes. The whole 40, you can see even Lyle is not even there, bro.
And we're seeing situations where like it's 3 players versus 1 because we are too cautious. So sometimes it's just like go one on one. Yeah, man on man. Let's see. You know, they don't have a better quality than us.
But we shouldn't be naive also in that process, and because also it's still 1-0, we still have time. We have 45 minutes. We don't want to be naive and start to commit a lot of numbers, and we start to concede 2 or 3 goals, and then it's going to kill the game, and it's going to kill our momentum going into the World Cup as well. So with that attack-minded mindset that we want to see in the team, but also we still have to have a good base. I think also Tefu knows, they always say that defense, they win championships. So we still have to be solid at the back. We still have to be organized. We still have to have a good dress defense, so that also we don't concede 2 or 3 goals and then the game is over.
But just to add up in that one, there was a time when we were being attacked by 2 players.
Yeah.
We had 6 at the back, but none of those players were picked up. So everybody's just moving into spaces just because they're moving into spaces.
Yeah.
Therefore saying people have to take responsibility and be like, I'm stepping up. And if I'm stepping up, then the guy behind me has got to know what to do next.
Yeah.
People are scared to take responsibility. But at the end of the day, when you lose as a team. You know, you need a leader that's going to be like, wake up, guys. You know, I think there was a lot of times when they brought the ball, they pulled the ball back. There was nobody in that arc. Yeah. If we went through, you know, we could have been like 6-0 down now. You know what I mean? So those are the type of things that we got to talk about. You know, there might be 10 of us at the back, but what are we doing there? You know what I mean? So use it. I mean, just let's work together. Let's use our experience. Obviously, the coach must have like shown them how Mexico plays. They know everything about Mexico, but at this point we play like we don't know this. We've never played football at all. Yeah.
You know what, guys? I can take one question from the floor. Is this? You want to ask a question, my brother? Let me stand up. Ingwenya yami ibuzi question yaziphendula.
No, two things that I've picked up. Number one, Mexico did their homework on us. They know that we're ball players, so they're pressing us up. And now we're making the mistake. We've got 5 defenders there, sitting. Now what we've done is we've pushed Umuriba, we've pushed Umdao. But in the middle, Adams, Umkwena, Uyaya. Streamline. They're supposed to have a triangle. Yeah, two forward when you attack, 1 at the back.
We have Pendula now, Yambon.
You know what's funny, Mark? We're having those discussions over there. Yeah, the fans, and South African football fans, credit to them.
Look at the jacket he's wearing. So he comes from a footballing team.
Poppy, but
the game is to come back. Let's take one quick question quickly.
If I'm looking at the way a player are pressing a corner and how we are actually being pressed, do you think altitude has an effect the way a player adlala ngakhona manje? Because it looks like Tina Sheshes Qatar, more especially when we are pressing. Foster as well as Renas, they are not pressing as much as we normally know them to do so. So, we can feel the pressure, and it's very difficult for us to come out of the back.
Yeah, but there's a difference. Let me just add up in there. You don't hunt, if you hunt alone, you've got less chances of catching that prey. But if you hunt in packs, then you will, there's like 90% of you, like, getting to that prey that you're looking for. You know what I mean? We were taught, if we played in the same team, there's a coach that taught us how to press. You press together. The first two guys are going to win it, but the third guy is going to win it. You know what I mean? So Mexico is doing it as a team. We're going one by one. That's how they can eliminate us easy.
Just to add on what Uchosta is saying, one of the principles of defending is compactness. It doesn't matter where you are on the field. We need to be compact, meaning that we need to defend together. If we are low, we are high, we are wide, it doesn't matter. And that compactness helps us now to cover shorter distances because now it helps us to save energy as well. So.
All right, guys, back to the second half. Don't forget to do all the cool stuff. Subscribe, share, and also, guys, don't forget to tag us. Thank you.
Stages around the world, that man there who been a legendary fan here for Club America over the years, has his own statue in the stadium. It's been immortalised. So South Africa have work to do, but they're setting about things with plenty of pace here. Hinchcliffe still watching alongside me. Andy, what are you expecting from this second half after what we saw in the first?
Well, South Africa presumably are going to have to take a few more chances. Again, they have to be defensively strong. They can't afford to concede that second goal. They maybe should have done that in the first half. Mexico guilty, missing some good chances.
It's taken there. And Mexico maybe with a chance. Still maybe half an opportunity. From range, it's fired in. And over the top by Gutierrez.
Well, South Africa just not learning the lessons of the first half. The goal they gave away is incredibly poor. It's actually played to a Mexican player. Again, it's impressive from Mexico. The press, they're high up the pitch, they're there to pick the ball up, but playing out for the back, South Africa were really suspect. And Fidalgo pitched this ball up, and the Mexican fans would have expected to be 2-0 and pretty much game over.
In perspective there through the referee cam. Covered here at the World Cup. Quiñones. Fidalgo. Still remains at 1. South Africa are still very much in this. 2 and things start to get problematic.
It's so frustrating for the Mexican coach, Aguirre. Someone really should be out of sight. Chances in the first half of Gutierrez and Quiñones in the post. Jimenez had a decent opportunity as well. So this game could be 3 or 4 and no way back for South Africa.
Quiñones. Jimenez. Quiñones. Great play again. Oh, he's going to go for goal here. I thought he might play the reverse and slip through his teammate Gutierrez, who was advancing, but he went for the spectacular himself.
That's what he called ambitious. I think it's the fact he's scored a goal in the game that he takes this on. He's nowhere near scoring. And he's slightly selfish.
Fans still making their way back to their seats here. Something special. Here's Alvarado. There's ahead of him. Williams, the South Africa skipper. Foster. He challenged, the referee saw it as a foul, but plays the advantage. Really takes it through there to Reyners. Hidalgo. The ball through here, looking for the run of Gutierrez. Oh, it's detained! The referee has a look, it's a free kick. And the punishment here is going to be severe. It's a red card. I think we all knew what was coming. And Sitole is heading from an early shower.
Well, he's pointing to a horrible defensive position by some quite brilliant Mexican attacking. Jimenez dropping deep, linking the play, and then the ball is played for the on-rushing attacking midfielder Gutierrez. He's really clever, Gutierrez. His touch takes him across the defender. That touch there means that any contact from Sitole and it's big trouble. But the way they got Gutierrez in behind the South African backline is outstanding. It's the plan, and it puts Sitole in a horrible position, and he just can't deal with it.
Sent off for the denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. There will be no reprieve. Now, free kick in position of promise.
I did mention in the first half as well about Raul Jimenez, his link plays, unselfish work he does for the team. That a great example of it. It's not him running in behind that South African defensive line. He's dropped it, he's linked the play back into midfield, and it's Gutierrez who's made the forward run. It's definitely a plan. That's why the midfield is set up to make that happen.
Mexico great, Raul Jimenez, but has been criticised for his form at World Cups previous. Age of 35, heading towards the end of his professional career. Chance to make his mark on the big stage. So 16 goals, sorry, 12 goals in his last 20 caps. Actually, a third of his international goals have come from the penalty spot. This one 6 yards further back. Raul Jimenez into the wall. Gutierrez and lashed wide by Gallardo.
Well, that seems a strange thing to say, but actually this free kick is too close to the target because you're putting a giant defensive wall. And all Jimenez is looking to do is just kind of smash the ball through it and past it. It's very difficult to get the ball up and down over a big wall from that type of range. So that's why he goes for power, and that's why he doesn't score.
Also looking to get the flick, but beaten to it. Hidalgo, who actually wasn't born in Mexico. He hails from the northwest of Spain and played for them at youth level. Gutierrez. 3 points for a corner.
It's a brilliant recovery challenge from Muriel. He had to get that right.
Chest denotes something. To Alvarado. Come on. This task a lot harder now, down to 10 men. It is their third red card in a World Cup. Alfred Vieri in 1998 and Timala Kude in 2010 as well. Unwanted history there for Sitole. rush here. Vasquez.
Distances are short.
Gallardo. Miller. Fine ball if it comes off. And too much on it.
Yeah, the idea is right, just slightly overhead once it bounces.
You're going to work off the ball.
Keep it in play.
It's the air a little thinner here in Mexico City. The ball does travel at a quicker pace than it might do in places around the world. And it's coming to this stadium in particular to adapt to that.
It's looking outside America are shaping up, and they don't have the ball. It is still a back five. When they do have it, Madiba's been asked to step into the left-hand side of midfield. They switched to more of a back four.
Reyes. Odiao. Bafana Bafana. Giving it all they've got here, despite being down to 10. Are really going to have to dig in. Coming 4 minutes into the second half.
Yeah, they were struggling to create chances 11 against 11, so it's going to be even harder now. So, got to be clinical if an opportunity comes along.
Mokoena. From range, Madiba hits it. Rangel.
Go inside, they would make sense.
Actually comfortable today, but
His strength soccer is not wide. His strength soccer is to more
Majority of the game's a left wing back, but now they've had the man sent off. He's been asked to play a little bit further forward, step into midfield as he did there.
Second shot of the game, Second shot.
aggressiveness that you are showing, Lapayana, compared to when you have more.
Match ball, which is called the Trianda.
Keep the ball.
One of the three ways or the tri-nations that are hosting the tournament.
One by one. One by one. They don't hunt in packs. That's what we're talking about. One by one.
It's going to be a sub here for South Africa. They are going to withdraw Lyle Foster. He, in essence, is sacrificed here. But he's going to come on. It's for Orlando Pirates in South Africa, a central midfielder.
A centre back. Take out a centre back. Why do you have five at the back still?
Another centre midfield.
Ground when they do have the ball to get up and support Raiders.
It's all about gaining experience. It's just been shown.
Jimenez.
And then now,
passing away.
going overseas. Like it's under 23. For him to be at this stage, it's about him
in the future we will benefit.
We've qualified for the World Cup now. The plan now should be let's learn. We are ambitious, a whole lot of young coaches, young analysts, to go on a fact-finding mission, just to go and absorb the ambience of what it takes to play the World Cup, copy from other nations, and now we maintain the culture of qualifying for World Cups. For me, it's good that you've qualified, but the most important thing now is the experience, and then you take it forward to the next 2-3 World Cups.
Tifonali ngondo ya bhola hayi. Angihleli nabantu abazibhola vanda. Ayihle kule. Ngihleli nesikolo sebhola la. We look very vulnerable when we have to defend our set piece. Josta. We look very vulnerable. Let's defend our set piece.
Because nobody wants to take this
Behind Reyes, he's made his move. It's that
you know when
corridor
you're
between defensive line and goalkeeper.
defenders have to
Ball
be
is
like
down in
guys.
front of him, not behind him.
So now I know when I was a corner, I look free kick, corner kick. I what they
Roberto Baggio sat
because I
behind
knew
FIFA
they knew
President
it's their
Gianni
job.
Infantino.
If I had to attack, they knew it's just as job. Do you know what I mean? So you can't have defenders, they're scared to defend when they have to do their job. And why are they big? Why are they tall? Why did the coach bring tall people into the team? So they can come and defend. Do your job, bruh. Why are you scared of doing your job?
Just as Azza says, do your job.
To come back before they can build forward again. Rangel.
Like you.
Vasquez. Gallardo.
These guys are not strong. We are better than this.
One of the players that play in Mexico in their top division, Liga MX. All of the players from the league that were called up for the World Cup were released in the first week of May, so that group of players have had a long time to prepare for this.
The fans are frustrated now. They're keeping the ball way too long and they're not progressing into the third.
Quiñones. Oh, it's a great teasing ball in, just too much on it in the end. And Alvarado runs away empty-handed.
Yeah, Madiba's a lucky boy here because he doesn't track the forward run of Alvarado. He's watching the ball, not tracking the forward run. Better delivery there, Alvarado is in.
You know, another thing was a big challenge when Akon played more on the left and they had UCBC inside the box was because every time when Akon has the ball, it forces him to come into his right foot, and his right foot is inside. So we are not able to progress into the left hand side because every time when he receives the ball. But now look, it's a bit different now. The operation is different now. CBC is a bit wide. Akon comes to the right, and then now he plays that similar role that he plays, the left centre back, a left-footed player on the left. Now it's easy to come around, but also he can play in, he can play outside. It's something that maybe we could have looked at earlier in the game as well, because it could have helped us to not to use Uyaya more inside and maybe play around the press instead of through the press.
Do you think that because it's the World Cup, we respect the player and protect the career rather than making a very a crucial decision? Because do you think that he was supposed to change maybe the approach early in the game, around the 25th minute?
For sure, because sometimes you have pre-tactics and pre-agreements, but there are in-game moments where you see Uguti, because let's say you plan for that the team is going to come and press you, and then the team doesn't press you anymore. They sit back in the low. What are you going to do? So now you need to readjust your thing. That's why also when you coach a moment, but you say to them, what if they do this? What if they do that? So now you create different scenarios. You cannot only create that one scenario that they're gonna. What if they don't press? What are we gonna do? How are we gonna set up? Who's gonna be inside the box? Who's gonna be outside the box? So it's important that when we come up with plans, maybe you're gonna say it's a B, C, but different scenarios. If they press it one, if they press it two, if they press it three, how do we counter that? So this is important for us. For me, it's that learning to say how can we play in different ways in the same game, but have different patterns also of building up. Adjust. Yes. Because we were saying now, the 5 was not working for us, but because also, maybe let me go back a step back a bit. When you set a starting 11, you set a starting 11 that if something happens in the game, are you able to change from 5 to 3 or 5 to 4 or 5 to whatever formation? So the type of players that you select in that game should the personnel, yes.
Sometimes you don't have to change the whole.
You don't have to make a sub. You don't have to make a sub. Yeah, you just adjust. Yeah.
Tactical fluidity.
It's football. It's like that. Football is no longer about 4-4-2 or 3-5-2 because the game is flexible. The game moves. So what is important also is to develop players that are able to be flexible tactically as well. Players that are able to move from one situation to another.
Multifaceted players.
If you have Umudiba that can invert inside, you don't have to have 3 players because Umudiba, instead of playing high and wide, maybe he can be the one that plays in the half 8 space. When we have the ball, and then when you lose the ball, it goes back to his left back position, and then you have maybe a more offensive player in that position that will create different scenarios. Now I'm saying this because now I'm thinking about the game, I'm thinking about scenarios that we can create. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's also important that when we create these tactical plans, but to be flexible in there to say if this scenario doesn't work, we are able to play inside or playing to play outside, or able to play through or play over.
But I've got a question.
Come from the coach. Like we make that decision on the field to say, okay, they are behaving this way. This is how we're gonna adjust.
But I've got a question, Tifone. Sorry, I've got a question. So if you're looking at the game, right? I think I'm missing my trail of thought. Continue with your thought.
What was I talking about? I was just adding on to what Mark was saying. Like, we have to have this where we draw to say that, like, okay, they are behaving this way, this is how we adjust. There's no need for us to defend with 5. Okay, let's readjust. You know, like it has to be like inbuilt. We have to train different scenarios at training to say this is how we're gonna deal with the opposition. If they behave this way, if they behave that way.
All right, I've got a question. Isn't that the job of the analyst, right? Because if you look at Luis Enrique, what he does in the first half, he sits up there, Mark, Luis Enrique, and he wants to analyze and see the game so that they can change the system or the personnel, right? Looking at this game, because it's international football, they don't get an opportunity to train most of the time. Isn't that the responsibility of our analysts? That's why we've got Abotina, Shabo Debs. I think we added 3 more analysts going into the tournament. Who's the link between the coach, the analyst in a situation like that?
I think it's a good question that you ask, but also what is important is the starting point. When you're a technical team, each member of the technical team has its own role. Obviously, the person that controls or manages that process is the head coach. To say, Tefu, you look at the offensive process. Lindo, you look at this. And sometimes also the analysts are limited in-game. Maybe pre-game and post-game they have more influence than in-game. But the coach also has to. The coach have to lead that process. The coach has to lead that process. Also had to lead that process. Okay, if you have an analyst that is sitting there, maybe Tinash or whoever that is there, what information are you looking for? What information is it filtered down? Do we have clips that supports that information? You know what I mean? So it's a very important question that you're raising, and you can see also in the global stage football that teams now they have 4 or 5 analysts. 1 maybe sitting on the bench, 3 is sitting up there. Information is coming every time, and now the problem is we need people to receive the information.
Because I'm asking this question for this reason, Tifo. You can already see in the first 24 minutes that we could hurt these people, but defensively we are very vulnerable. You know, Basvula very easily on the side that they like to overload. I knew this, Mark.
Yeah.
Coming into the game,
Yeah.
that Ukalado as well as Ukankinos,
Yeah.
that's the side they like overloading with. We spoke about it in the game that, oh my God. Oh my God.
Mega, look at the 2 center back. Look at Mudau. Look at Mudau. Look at Mudau. Look at Mudau. Look at Mudau.
No, nobody.
Sprint into.
No, Markame. The 2 center backs, Mama Kila Mutugo one.
We still have 3 center backs now.
Yeah.
So
he's still far. So you gotta see them. There were 2 center backs.
I can't believe he kept 3 center backs this long.
Who is he taking out?
Keep Jaden. No line. Yeah. So keep the strike or fucking midfield. It is so bad, Bafana.
This is disappointing.
This is KFC's Prego. Pick your side for $54.90.
This is wrong. And in the next 30 seconds, you make your 30 football predictions where you could win 30 million rand for free.
Where's the truth? What do I do? Hey, Bafit, it's going bad. I think we're gonna be getting like 4 more goals. After these 2 goals, I think Nax are confident. I did say we're gonna win 2-1, but I should have said 2-1 come Mexico. Well, so I'm gonna ask a few questions, Bafit. Like, what do you go? Who wants to? Who's got a question here? Who wants to ask a question? Are you guys happy with the game? Who wants to say something? Who wants to say something? I baba karo no kwatile no because Raje no I can't trust you. I don't trust you, bro. Like, what you wanna say, bro?
Look, man. Oh, hi, guys. With the formation.
Where you from? Where are you?
Okay, my name is Vuisa from Sunbed.
Yeah, man, introduce yourself. Now you can carry on, like, you know.
Okay. I think with the formation that we have, I think it's messing us up in a sense that it creates dependency, which is something that Defo said.
Yeah.
The formation that we're playing with, which is 5 defenders at the back, we can look at the goal that has been scored now. If you look at that, you can tell that the defenders are depending on the other defenders to make sure that everything goes accordingly, but it doesn't.
How many defenders do you have?
That way, 5.
Are we supposed to be conceding goals if we have those
If we have 5 defenders, we are gonna concede goals because it look. If I know that you will do the job, it means I look at it and I think Josta will do the job, and Josta thinks I will do the job.
That's wrong defending, by the way.
It is, and that is what that is what is happening.
The game is not. That's wrong defending, but everybody has to take responsibility. It shouldn't be like you do that, you do that. Everybody has to do their job. But you know, the game is started. Like, so let's get back to it.
Happening at the current moment.
Keep that question, and we're going to ask you again once we go for another water break. Sean
Okay.
Tuan. So the game is started. They switched me off. Hey, but somebody keep Hey, Mr. Controller. I'm still talking. Yeah?
Change here with Kiona's becoming, in essence, the central striker. Jimenez drifting out into Jimenez's position. So he's close against the Sony
Tiring, right? This guy says we got too many defenders. Too many defenders. I'm like, hey, we shouldn't be conceding goals. If you have like 20 defenders, why are you still conceding goals? But now we've got too many defenders. VAR. Who was that?
They're going to VAR.
To me, as if the kind of defender has taken him out, steps across his path.
That's easy. No, that's not a foul. I told you about it, bro.
Describe the incident as, and in this case there is not.
Well, to me, there's a sense that Sabisi there is playing Jimenez and not the ball, but he's got away with it.
Quinones, who's been quieter since half-time. Took one in the face there. A yellow card has been issued by the referee.
Before we get another red card, I suggest we take out Smisi. I'm telling you. Let's just take it one. Yo, I know you so red card. So let's just put in or a police. But if anybody three, Ribe Komura or Tobeama. Okon and Rebelli Mangape, Rebelli, the Zulu boy, nobody.
As much as we want to be offensive and all of that, we should not be naive and open ourselves up to concede more goals. Because also, going into the next phase of the World Cup, the next 2 games, it's going to be, the goal difference will be important in that. So it's very crucial also not to, I'm not saying that we must defend, but be cautious.
Okay, but
Don't
my friend,
open too
we got 10 defenders. We're still conceding this. So Kefan.
The problem is like we're still defending. Yeah. So it's like.
Aye, guys, aye. Yo, guys, aye.
The scope of the teams we know that are here, how do you fancy their chances, especially as they are the host nation?
I never thought Kunenes, yeah, yo, Tuan. It's chops.
Step off the gas and our opponents back into games.
Yo, guys.
Free kick there.
Hey! Shy, Zulu boy.
A strong challenges, but they're well timed. He's not taking his opponent now, he's playing the ball.
The level is too high. This level is too high.
Question is attitude ibuya lapha ndoda.
The next thing, boom.
Awuthi balivalile.
But we spoke about it. We did say these guys, they press from the top. That's their game.
You know what frustrates me with what you're saying just now? The frustration is we still want to play the ball through. We are knowing that these guys
This is what they're waiting for that.
They want to. It's a bamboo trap. It's a passing but it's like we are schoolboys. Like.
Let me ask you. Sharp World Cup we played. Sundowns played against the German team. Dortmund. What happens? They didn't play better than us, but they were waiting for us to make those mistakes, and we still fell into the trap. We're doing the same thing here.
I always say football is a game of moments. How you deal with moments is how you win games, or how you defend. In those moments is how you win games. If you cannot deal with moments, you are in trouble. When you have the ball, it's a build-up. That's the first phase of build-up. How do you build up? Create different scenarios. Maybe you use the wide areas to progress, the central channel to progress, over the first line to progress. You cannot progress the same way. It's easier for them.
It's easy to read.
It's easy. You cannot.
Oh, yes.
Look at the ball that the
goalkeeper, yeah.
Williams was playing with
The same thing. We nearly got caught again.
It's the same. Second half, yeah. First 10 minutes of the second half, it's the same.
Hey, Baba, how did Arsenal play against PSG? They know that PSG is closing and they just played up front for somebody to. Sometimes, but you know you can't play your game. Yeah, it works. At that point, that's what's going to work. Yeah. Now you want to play fancy football even if you see that it's difficult. No, you can't, bro. Yeah, you like the coach. I tell you, coach, say from behind, but you can't. Hey, play from coach.
Also,
coach,
mentioned something important also to say. The players, they need to take responsibility inside the field.
Yeah, what's coach? We know that's what you want, but it's not working. Hey, no, coach. It's not working. Sometimes you need them. Am I lying, bro? It's players.
Another way is ngakhona lezi ezinye ngathi asikho I can't believe the 2010 Mexico had dangerous players. I think they had a better squad. These boys are young, they're energetic, tactically they're very disciplined, but I genuinely thought we could have hurt these guys.
One thing about this team, the Mexico, they have a brilliant coach, my friend. They have a top guy. You know, he's clear on how he wants to play. He doesn't change how he plays. He's flexible in how he's taking care of the game. You know, for me, this is the important thing. You know, the coach needs to lead the process. The coach needs to lead the process.
17, Baba. 17.
A special player.
But it also speaks to the coach and how brave he is to put in a 17-year-old in a stage like this. And we have 11 defenders.
Naman.
Aye.
I was lucky.
Mora.
Something on body language. Once again.
failing to outplay them, we are failing to outrun them, we are failing everything.
Huge attendance here at Mexico City Stadium for the opening game of the World Cup. 18,824 here to see it. It's been described as a full house. That is max capacity. Quite 83,000 with seats taken up for operational reasons. Mexico with a player down. South Africa don't care. An attempt on goal for them.
Remember those Bogazi, Mudiba, now him.
Accidental, opened the space up for Apollos to get the strike in.
This guy just went down. That's not. Look, guys. Yeah? I think he was scared from the start, coach. With those defenders, he was scared. He literally was scared of Mexico.
We have about 5-6 players in that team that cannot do anything.
Who? Who?
Defending, going forward. Doesn't matter both sides. We have players that I know for sure. We have players that
Mexico City has had numerous sponsored names over the years.
I talk about it.
Yo. Has a bigger capacity at the finals overall.
Ah.
14,000 of Mexico winning 2-0
But no, that was not,
back
yeah.
in 1968.
But he's the one who was stopping Mushishi. Yeah. Yeah, but you see, that's him who. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, but he's the one who started the whole thing. Yeah, whatever, man. So he's the one who pushed him first.
Almost batted out the way.
Yeah, I think that is the problem, that secondary movement from Izinja who actually catches him. Let's see what the referee makes of this.
South Africa already down to 10. Really would make them strictly forward, not only in this game, but the tournament overall.
This is going to be his. Oh! This is going to be his 2 red cards in one game.
Agree. He made up his mind. Announce his decision to the ground.
After review, attacker del commissaire favorito is starts directly the face the defender. Decision, direct free kick, red card.
Mark, JT, Upegen, red card, in your opinion?
Nah, man. That guy, when you look at him, he's kind of fighting Mshishi first. Do you know what I mean? Mshishi was literally just trying to jump away from him. It's not a slap, bro. It's not a slap. It's a soft red card. Maybe if you want to punish him, give him a yellow, but that's not a red card thing, bro. Whatever, bro.
Yellow, yellow for him.
For him, I don't know. For what? Because he's the one who got fouled. He's the one who got fouled.
It's unfortunate.
Another referee is supposed to take. Sometimes as a referee, just step up and take responsibility. Like that's the soft one. He started. Whatever, bro.
It's really easy streak for Mexico, isn't it?
stages of the game. Can they get 3 or 4? But I think the 2 red cards, I think Sitole couldn't do much about the cleverness of Izinja going across him and catching him. I think it was right, and he's so disappointed. His reaction maybe to get kind of blocked off by Alvarado, and you just can't raise your hands like that. Hell is there?
Yes. So first World Cup game with multiple red cards since Portugal beat the Netherlands in 2006. In the round of 16, both teams had 2 players sent off that day. One match in World Cup history. For the wrong reasons, really. From Mexico's point of view, do you go and try and fill your boots in the remaining minutes just in case that goals scored come into it later on in the group? You never know.
Absolutely, when you have the 2 extra men, surely you can take a risk.
game, the ref. The game, he should have said yellow card at least, you know?
Yes,
Going to
everybody's
punish
on the pitch
him. I don't know for what, but yeah.
Vega back here, Chavez, to Vasquez. Alvarez, Centurion.
Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing that you lose and wake up.
Corner.
Almost the game different.
Chavez.
Going to the next 2 games. Maybe get 4 points in. Instead.
Against Korea and Czech Republic. Those ones are more. Those ones are more difficult. The Czech Republic and South Korea, they're more aggressive than these ones. Yeah?
Now playing for less than 3. Like, can we not concede? Because
just flying
in
in.
1 game we have a chance.
Yo!
South Africa, they have been outplayed. 11 against 11.
But also, I think our players need to understand that football is a mental game. You know, I think it also speaks to us as youth coaches to develop players that have this mental capacity to play this level. I'm going to say something. I look at the England squad, that squad about Bellingham. If you look at them, they played national team from under 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So never mind winning it, but that experience of playing that level, that experience of traveling and playing different countries and playing at that stage, playing for the national team, it's important for the exposure. It's important for the development of a player. And if just to finish, if you look at that squad here, under 15 national team, in about 14, in about Madueke, in about Eze, where are these players playing? Abo Umuziala, that is playing at Germany now. He was playing in the same squad. Where is he playing now? I think for us, Umukwena is the only one that played under 17. It's something that you need to think about.
Udlalile under 20, udlalile under 23. No. So like everything with us, it's just random. You know, there's no developmental pathway. And like you are saying, Mark, the more you play in that kind of environment at under 17 level, at under 20, under 23, then like you get confident. Then you are used to that level. We're just saying now that like they look out of depth. Because like they are not used to that environment. For some of them it's like the first time in that kind of like environment.
And also, even remember in the first show, we mentioned the fact that most of these players are not even exposed in our domestic league, in high competitive football. Only maybe the Sundowns players that plays those kind of game, Champions League and whatever. But the rest of the team, they are not playing at a good level, or they are not playing Champions League, Confed, where they are tested, where it's difficult.
Did you see the away game, remember the Sundowns in the final? That hostile environment. That's exactly what our players need to experience.
Look at this environment and look at the Morocco environment. Don't you see similarities?
Very similar. Very similar. Sometimes when I analyze, when I speak to football players, I always speak about personal experience, but what is more important in football is a football experience. As Mark, you don't have to be old. Sometimes a person who's able to deal with moments. Football is a game of moments. Sometimes experience is the ability to anticipate a moment, you know,
and sometimes even us as development coaches and coaches, we need to create situations and training that are difficult so that they are able to solve problems. And also because the only way you grow as a human being, as a football player, is when you are able to win against adversity. So our training sessions should be training sessions that help the players to solve problems, help the players psychologically to deal with situations. Maybe sometimes you play 2v3 or 4v2 and it's difficult, they cannot get the ball, but you are developing the psychological capacity of the player to withstand certain demands in the game. You know what I mean?
No, understood, Mark, understood. Le Shouten inzima le ngenile Shouten inobu South African. Is it a red card or a yellow card? There was through on goal, eh? Well done, referee. Well done, ref. Well done, referee. And the mark Ukipu Opri could have scored there.
Free kick. It's too late now. Maybe a goal will help us to confidence, but also the goal difference. Because we have to use every advantage that we have going into the next two games. Mukwena will change.
Is now 9 versus 10. Just a pity we haven't got a few minutes left. Montez because his team were on the front foot and stepped on the pitch when they lost the ball. Yeah, they were going straight to 32. Defensive element towards the last man. Only showed 6 red cards across his whole domestic season. That's the reason here today. A bit too harsh. I don't think he has. The 3 of them, I can see why the players have sent on.
So if it's a red card like this, it means that VAR says it's a red card.
Inekumbokazi bathi uTebs ayithathe ngathi uyasaba. Nombokazi akekho sure shale into baba.
Respected press conferences after this. Was this free kick here for South Africa? Penalty. At this stage of the game, just get the ball into the box. I think you compare the 2 red cards in terms of Sitole and Montez, and they are very similar. They're denying goal scoring opportunities.
It's clear that it's going to
Plenty of space on this field now. It's might look huge, but it's FIFA regulation size. Napoli 3 attempts compared to the 16 of Mexico throughout the 90 minutes and beyond.
As opening games go, we've got plenty to talk about.
I do love a stat. I can tell you in the whole of the 2022 FIFA World Cup, there were just 4 red cards. 3 here in the opening game.
Let's go, guys.
Over 100 games still to go.
But again, you look at the red cards here, and well, they're not kind of light red cards, and lots of people will be discussing and saying it's really harsh on the players. I think all of them, to me, look fairly obvious. So you can't criticise the officials, the referee. He's made the right calls. It's down to the players and what they do.
Real. Away at the back. Just over a minute to go of additional time. Mexico, it's fair to say, are going to have the 3 points on the opening afternoon of action. That's not without cost. Of course, have made all their changes as well, so they're able to definitively plug the gap. Here's Vega. Done here, Mexico is to move Reyes into a central defensive position. Played there actually in the second half of the season for Club America, so it's certainly an area that's not foreign to him, and they have moved Alvarado into a full-back position.
Yeah, having players with that versatility, wherever they play on the pitch, just to step in field or step up the pitch and comfortably play in another position, it's so valuable to coaches.
Full time. 2-0 it might have finished, but that's only half the story. It is victory for the co-hosts on the opening day of the World Cup. But a game that contained more red cards than goals. Mexico off and running, 3 points that will take them a long way towards the knockout stage.
1-2, 1-2. 1-2, 1.
Raul Jimenez midway through the
1-2, 1-2.
finishes here at Mexico
1-2, 1-2, 1-2.
Mexico 2.
Ooh. Mexico 2, Bafana Bafana 0 in the first and opening match of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Congratulations to Mexico for the victory. Hard luck to our boys. Josta, you saw the match. I was watching the match with you, with the lucky MTNFC winners. Let it all out, my brother. Your thoughts?
Didn't show up. Literally, like, the guys didn't play today. Like, what I mean? I think Waibonali, like Mexico, they were just easy. They got the first goal. They were just relaxed. They were waiting for South Africa to come at them. We didn't do anything. We only had like 3 shots on target. 3 shots. How many crosses did we have in the game? Not even one. One.
Yeah.
Just one.
Yeah. So
Lyle Foster.
So that Lyle Foster, how many shots? A lot of wrong passes from him. So for me, I'm just disappointed. I mean, we waited for so long. We prepared for this game. We were waiting to see these guys play today, but they never showed us anything. You know what I mean? I think when they go into that changing room, they're gonna have it. If I'm a coach, I mean, I've got coaches here. Maybe you should ask them what would they say to their players after having a game like this. For me, it was really disappointing, shocking. I think it's a disgrace to the whole nation. That's honestly, a lot of people, went out to go support them, and they're gonna go out there and don't do anything on the field. I mean, they should have just stayed home. You know what I mean? For me, this game today was nowhere. That's me. That's my opinion, yeah. Yeah.
A lot of defensive mistakes, a lot of defensive errors, even in the critical phase of the game in the second half. With Ronza with that mistake. What is your immediate reaction? Considering the fact that Tifo, you're a captain, you are the last line of your defense. Now, Josta poses a very important question. You are going into the dressing room with that performance. Tifo, one of our biggest responsibilities, Mark, is not to analyze the result, but is to analyze performance. The performance, the mistakes, the red cards, immediate reaction, Tifo.
Yeah, I think we lacked tactical flexibility. We were talking with Mark off air about, modern football, relational football is about giving players, the tactical tree to say, if this situation happens, the scenarios, if this situation happens, this is how we should respond. We lacked that. We were just one-dimensional. And the game demanded that we needed to use different options, but we never really adjusted. Modern football is about adjusting. It's about playing different formations. First 20 minutes, you play this formation. It doesn't work. You adjust to a different formation. We lack that creativity. And another thing, I feel like, it's about time that we question ourselves about how much are we investing into developing football in our country. Because we were talking, you have players in different countries who are playing in the under-17, who are playing in under-20, and they just progress, that developmental pathway. You have some players here who have never played in the under-20 national team, under-23. It's the first time that they are exposed to this kind of environment, and you are bound to be shocked. It was overwhelming for some of them, and I think it's about time that we learn that we need to invest. First of all, it's good that we've qualified, but what are we doing to make sure that we continue to qualify and we compete, and in the next 10 years we just continue to develop and get better. So we should be sending, analysts, young coaches on a fact-finding mission to go into such environment and get a sense, an ambience of what does it take to prepare to get to this level. We are too sporadic. Everything about us is random. We don't have like a footballing culture where we do research, where we have a methodology, where like we prepare proper. We are lacking that.
But we say we are a football nation, right?
But Africa and the rest of the world is giving us credit for having 19 players who are playing in the Petro Premiership, or rather, let's say the PSL.
Before you go to the next question, bro, when you look at it, 6 years, at least for once, we had a coach that planned for the last 5 years. So what? And you guys did mention it, that we just go in there to learn. It's like we just go in there to learn for the future. And I was like, no, guys, come on, it can't be. You know what I mean? I think the guys are going to do better. So what you're saying now is that we just using this World Cup to get better. If we qualify for it, what's the next one? What's the next World Cup?
2030.
2030. But guys, we can't always be building. We can't always be building. When are we going to get to a time when we say, now we're taking a proper team that we definitely sure that we're going to win something?
Mark?
Yeah, Marky?
Let's talk about the tactics a little bit, Mark, of the game for sure. From a tactical perspective, where did we get it wrong?
I think we did mention it at halftime that when we played the five at the back in a straight line was not really supporting us, and also was not mirroring the offensive process. And my biggest issue, or my biggest question to the technical team was, or my biggest problem is that we did not react to the game. We didn't react to the fact that there were certain things that were not working in our defensive process. Tefo was mentioning the fact that we were not defending our territories. We were not defending our sector correctly. Because we had that three players, and there's now this one doesn't know when to close down, and what does the fullback do. And I think for me, second half, I needed a reaction in terms of how we played and how we approached the game, and which we did not. If you look at the first goal that we conceded, Ronza plays the ball to Yaya in midfield. Yaya, his body posture is bad. He has a close body stance. He loses the ball. We go and concede. First 5 minutes of the second half, what happens? Ronza tries to play a central channel ball into Yaya. They intercept, almost scores. We almost scored. And then we go back to the red card, Yaya. He's in the last line of defense. We have 5 defenders plus Yaya. But still, they play through us. Where is CBC? Where
CBC played them on.
This is my problem, is that we did not react to the game. We didn't have another plan. And also within our plan, we only had a defensive plan, and offensively we didn't help the team. There were moments when Aubrey was inverting inside, especially when we had the red card, and we were finding spaces in midfield. Like we were saying in the previous show when we were watching Portugal, and we were seeing Bernardo occupying the same spaces that he occupies when he plays for Manchester City. And one of the things that international coaches do, they put emphasis on that. They look at how the player operates in his team, and then they bring into the national team and try and help the play and try and help the national team with the same concept. Yeah. So I don't want to sit here because we have lost and all of that. Maybe it's good that we are going through this hardship. It's good that we are going through this adversity to see where we are as a country in terms of football. Like what Tefu is mentioning is very precise and is very right with what he's saying. For pathway of players. But maybe going into the next game, what can we do better? Can we go back to the 4-3-2-1 that we normally play? How can we now operate better? Because at the end of the day, where we're standing now, we've got nothing to lose. We had nothing to lose also before this game. Yeah. So maybe we need to impose ourselves and impose our style and impose the type of players that we have. Also substitution. You take out Lyle, you put in Bata. You still have 5 defenders at the back. You take out an offensive player. You put
No, you know what, Mark? A quick one, gents. This one, just a quick one. Sunbet moment of the week from you guys. What's the moment of the week? The defining moment of the match? Sunbet moment of the week.
Do we have one? Do we have one? Like, I don't know. It's a negative one, right?
You can give it still.
For real?
Yeah.
South Africa not showing up?
Mark, anything you want to say about the Sunbet moment of the match?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Like this, you can't pick up anything here. Like there's nothing to.
Tifo?
Like, I don't know.
I think the second goal. Just the defensive organization. Mm-hmm. Like you see a lot of ball watching. Mm-hmm. The cross is about to come in from the right. And the defenders are just fixated on the man who's crossing the ball. Mm-hmm. They don't know what's happening around them. Yeah. That's like, it's schoolboy errors. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like just that we learned a lot from Stuart. Yeah. When the cross is about to come in, one thing you make sure is like you protect the goal mouth. Yeah. There's a first player who's a blocking, defender. Yeah. And then you've got the second one who's making sure that everything, that goes beyond, like it's dealt with. But like you have players who are just
cross. All right, guys. We've got a winner. We've got a winner, by the way, guys. The winner that wins, actually, I have a ball here. It's actually a very expensive ball that I have. This is your gift. And the reason why you're getting this gift is because you got prediction yako was the closest. Was the closest. I'm not too sure who to tell you, but it was the closest. Your name igama lakhe uLungisani Hlachwayo. Yeah. You can come collect your ball, Lungisani Hlachwayo.
Ay, Pagania Matod.
All the best, my brother. Subscribe to Izinja zeGame.
So the boys are not pro-active. Our defense is not.
No,
proper.
I'm a legend of Unistombe.
Like, it's a quick player.
Celebrity,
like
man.
Quinniness.
I'm nigga my club.
Do you play football, bro? Is that like this?
I'm involved in the picture. All right, my brother, thank you very much. We're about to close. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to MTNFC. Thank you to M Studios. Thank you to Lays. Thank you as well to Sunbet, the home of the 100 to 1. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to subscribe to Izinja zeGame podcast, MTNFC. We will see you guys on the 18th of June when Bafana Bafana plays against the Czech Republic. I am not alone, Vandag. I'm not alone, Vandag. The legend himself, Kaizer Chiefs legend, Tifo Mashumaite, but Umsabung Amaz. Umsabung Amaz. Mark Mayambe. Other than that, follow the gentlemen on their social media platforms, Josta Tifo, Mark Lindo Gushenkosi. To the team behind the scenes, credit to you guys, credit to the production team. Other than that, thank you to our sponsors, like I said, to our lucky winners. You guys were the best today. Thank you very much. Danko, see you next time.
Sir.
I know we were proper.
Hi guys, I'm shocked. Out of depth. So you can get there. He's gonna get you quickly. Yeah.